Thank you. Kindly remain standing for the national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Claire Demba. I am a program associate at GK Partners, the MSTG project. You all have an event pack with the program of the day, which includes the panel and workshop briefing notes. Kindly check that your phones are on silent, but you're welcome to tweet, to text, and send messages and images about the proceedings of the day. This year, I again have the pleasure to co-moderate SNF with the Director of the Gambia Diaspora and Migration Directorate at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Permanent Secretary, Ms. Ndumbe Saho. DPS Saho, we invite you to kindly introduce the program.
Thank you so much, Claire Demba. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all. I would like to thank the wonderful GK Partner team, Associate Director Mr. Pamusa Sidibe, Operation Manager Mr. Musut Wilson, Program Assistant Fatmata Sise, and all the support staff, volunteers, and diaspora advisors. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, member of the Gambia diaspora, all protocol duly and respectfully observed. GK Partner Office of the President and Government of the Gambia welcome you to the 9th Stake in the Nation Forum. We thank the International Organization for Migration for their partnership on SNF for the past 2 years. As in the previous years, the proceedings of the day are live streamed. The theme for SNF9 is enhancing participation in the productive sector. Informed by the outcome of 2025 United Nations 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the major disruption in the international development cooperation. The veterans of SNF would have noticed a change to the opening session. Immediately after the opening prayers, for the first time, we will have a partner panel. These have been introduced after due consideration and consultation as a means of strengthening collaboration and implementation. The time allocated for the lunch break is also longer, in response to the very large number of participants. In addition to the usual made in the Gambia marketplace, we have invited companies and institutions to set up stands and interact with the participants, especially the higher education students who are now an important part of SNF. This year, we have partnered with the Ministry of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology and the Personal Management Office to run a panel career development forum session. We also partner with the Ministry of Youth and Sport and the Ministry of Tourism and Culture to launch the Biri Biri initiative on sport and tourism under the coordination of the Office of the Vice President. SNF9 also have a country focus, paying particular attention to diaspora relations and development cooperation with the Kingdom of Spain. The closing panel session ends at 5 p.m. when participants are invited to continue the networking at an outdoor reception at the back of the conference center over here. We look forward to the performance of our Gambia, and once again we thank Mr. Njok Malik Jain, Director of Yaram Art, for integrating arts and culture within SNF. Throughout the day, we will be entertained by the Gambia Police Band under the leadership of Superintendent of Police Usman Faye for his talented band. I would like to call on Claire to welcome the imams. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, DPS Saho. It is my honor to invite Imam Alhaji Basiru Drame to lead us in prayers. Imam Drame.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, honorable ministers here present, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, Professor Jibril Fall, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all other protocols duly observed. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. It's an honor for me to stand before you today to lead this opening prayer at the 9th stake in the Nation Forum, SNF9, under the theme Enhancing Participation in the Productive Sectors. As we gather here today at this magnificent hall, we are reminded of the importance of unity and cooperation in building a prosperous nation. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said in the scripture, تعاونوا على البر والتقوى ولا تعاونوا على الإثم والعدوان, and cooperate in righteousness and piety when building something, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression. And our holy prophet, Sayyidina Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, has said, Al-mu'minu lil-mu'mini kal-bunyani yashuddu ba'duhu ba'da, which translates, the believers are like a single building, each part supporting the other, for the structure to stand and to endure. As we reflect on the theme of this year's forum, we are reminded that participation in productive sectors is crucial for the development of our nation. We must work together to create an environment that encourages entrepreneurship, innovation, and job creation. Our Vice President, Alhaji Muhammad Jaldo, will be sharing his insights on this important topic, and we look forward to his keynote address on that. Allahumma, we pray that you guide us on this right path and grant us the wisdom and strength and wherewithal to work together for the betterment of this beloved nation. Allahumma islah halana wa waffiqna lima tuhibbu wa tarda waj'alna min alladhina ya'maluna as-salihati wa yattaquna as-sayyi'ati inna Allaha wa malaikatahu yusalluna 'ala an-nabi ya ayyuhalladhina amanu sallu 'alayhi wa sallimu taslima wa sallallahu 'ala habibina wa shafi'ina wa khatamina ورسولنا محمد وسلم تسليما سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون سلام 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 علينا وعلى المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين جزاكم الله.
Thank you so much, Imam, for your prayers and guidance. I will now call on Reverend Lucy Safo to also lead us in the Christian way of prayer.
Let us all pray. Almighty God, giver of all good gifts and creator of the world, we have come this year with grateful hearts, thanking you for your many and wonderful blessings. We thank you for all you have done for GK partners, for the MSDG team, and all stakeholders, and all those who were part of the collaboration between the ministries, departments, and agencies and non-state actors. Thank you for the provision of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that guided their work. Thank you for their untiring efforts. Thank you for their resilience, their energy, patience, and love for what they are doing for this nation through the GK Partners activities. We thank you for the theme of this year's conference, enhancing participation in the productive sectors. Thank you, Lord God, for the gift of life and health. Thank you for this nation. Thank you for the peace in this nation. Thank you that we can sleep in peace, wake up in peace, and go about in peace. Thank you for all the activities going on for this sector. We thank you for seeing us to the beginning of this new year, 2026, and joining in this year's 9th Stake in the Nation Forum. We thank you for all you have enabled the team to do over the years. We thank you for all that you enabled them to do and all that they will be able to do by your power and favor and guidance upon them. Bless the team with long life and good health. Strengthen them in areas where they are weak and areas where they need help. Help them to go forward ever, backward never, in their work and activities, and may their work and activities grow and grow over with time. May this year be a good year for us all. We pray in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen, and thank you so much, Reverend. We will now invite Ms. Ida Faye to deliver the statement of the Central Bank Governor, Boa Seydi, and announce the 2025 remittance figures.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Mr. Mohamed B.S. Jallow, Honorable Cabinet Ministers here present, members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, Project Director, Migration and Sustainable Development in the Gambia, our esteemed members of the diaspora community, our development partners, senior government officials here present, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I have the honor of addressing this important forum on behalf of the Honorable Governor of the Central Bank of the Gambia, as we gather again to reflect and consult on matters of economic growth and national development, with the theme for this year being enhancing participation in the productive sector. Permit me to extend our warm appreciation to the diaspora community, whose continued commitment to national development remains a powerful force for economic growth and resilience. Diaspora remittances remains a key source of investment and a great enabler of economic growth and sustainable development. In an increasingly uncertain global environment, remittance flows have proven to be remarkably resilient, providing a dependable source of foreign exchange. At micro level, these remittances enhance family welfare, serving as a major source of support for consumption, education, healthcare, to name a few. These have positive correlation to poverty reduction and social stability, and by extension, increased productivity. As a central bank, we recognize our responsibility to ensure that remittances flows are safe, efficient, transparent, and affordable, reducing transaction costs, promoting competition among service providers, and encouraging the use of formal financial channels remain key policy priorities at the central bank. These efforts are essential to maximizing the economic impact of remittances while safeguarding the integrity of the financial system. To this effect, the Central Bank of the Gambia established a FinTech and Forex Bureau Supervision Department. This is to create the conducive environment for healthy competition whilst also safeguarding the financial system and ensuring efficient flow of funds. The Central Bank continues to put measures in place to promote innovation and cost-effective means of access to finance in line with government financial inclusion strategies. For example, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, the Central Bank has issued the Retail Payment Services Regulations in 2023, which has seen the licensing and regulation of electronic money service providers growing and increasing the access to finance. The bank is moving further to issuing additional regulatory guidelines to promote innovation while ensuring safety and sustainable growth of the sector. To understand the importance of remittances, let's hear out the figures. Remittances have marked a steady growth over the recent years, and for the year 2025, total inflows stood at approximately US $872.05 million. And this is to state that these are only remittances accountable through the formal channels. That gives you an importance of the importance of remittances in terms of national development. This represented 54.42 million increase in diaspora remittances from 2024 figures, and representing over 30% of national gross domestic product. The continued growth in remittance is a combination of both increase in volume being sent and the more embracement of formal channels. Whilst we commend the diaspora for their continued commitment to supporting families and the country, we encourage the increased use of the formal financial channels for efficiency, ease of access, and record-keeping purposes. The Central Bank commits to continue close collaboration with the relevant stakeholders to further ease the pains and challenges of financial service and access to finance. To conclude, I once again extend my gratitude to the diaspora community, to government, and all relevant stakeholders for the collaboration in moving the national development agenda forward. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Fai. As a country, we are pleased that the Central Bank developed and maintains world-class competency in remittance data monitoring and analysis. GK Partners is proud of its technical cooperation with the bank since 2017. USD 872.05 million was recorded as remittance figure for year 2025. Once again, the Gambian diaspora demonstrates its commitment to the motherland through regular and predictable transfers of colossal sums of money to the Gambian economy. We are also pleased to announce that in 2025,
started with a college, and that college went very well. Out of the college, he saw a need sending monies to the Gambia. The demand for sending monies to the Gambia attracted him to go into that business. And from then on, 2009 to date, it has been a successful story. The facts and the figures will tell you why we call APS a success. APS as a group now has 3 countries. APS Remittance, based in UK, APS Islamic Microfinance in the Gambia, and that is where I serve as the managing director, and APS Wallet. Mr. Sano was not selfish, as most of the time some of us will do. We set up a small business, get to a comfortable level and say this is enough for me. But no, that was not him. Through innovation, we decided to grow this business. From nowhere, a business that started with about maybe 100 pounds. Give me 100 pounds, you go and collect your 100 pounds worth in diocese through somebody in the Gambia. That is how we started. Basically, the capital was not more than 100 pounds. But today, the capital base of APS as a group is in millions of US dollars. If it is possible with him, like I said, this story is a story to motivate Gambians in the diaspora and in the Gambia to set up businesses, create job opportunities for Gambians. Today, APS is operating in 19 countries. If I am not mistaken, I don't think there are many Gambian businesses that are represented in 19 countries. Today, APS Wallet has over 500,000 customers. APS Wallet in 2025 did over 7 million transactions. APS Wallet, in collaboration with trained in the last 2 years over 800 women rural groups. APS as a group, again in collaboration with IFAD, trained over 2,500 youth with skills that will be useful for the livelihood of those youth for the rest of their lives. And that is going to multiply because they will also train some youth. But APS has been very, very innovative. As I said earlier on, the business started with manual, very, very manual. But knew that is not sustainable. We had to automate, and that is what brought about the birth of APS Wallet. Today, you sit in Europe, UK, America, comfortably can send funds that will come into somebody's wallet. You don't have to make any call to ask someone to go and collect funds from the location, but the funds sit in your wallet. And that was extended to, why not have a microfinance? Let us not just limit this to sending funds or remitting funds from abroad to the Gambia. A microfinance in the name of APS Islamic Microfinance conceived from that. And what was the idea? It's developmental, pre-motivated. Let's have a microfinance where these funds coming from our group can sit as deposits and give opportunity to the entrepreneurs to have finance as a source of microfinance came in. And today, we can tell you, in the year of 2025, the microfinance has given out over $600 million to Gambian entrepreneurs. Today, APS as a group employs over 200 Gambians. That is permanent employment, and over 200 direct sales agents. That is temporary staff. I am sure half of that staff force also employs some people at home. So you can see the number of Gambians that are employed in the Gambia and outside of the Gambia by APS, the idea that came from Mr. Sani in 2009. APS has, without doubt, contributed to the socio-economic development of this country, our motherland, the Gambia. How? In many ways. Number one, through APS wallet, we have today over 2,000 agents. APS wallet has created job opportunities for over 2,000 Gambians. Most of those agents are employing more than two. So we can see the multiplying effect of APS wallet, of course, coming to APS as a group. So my call to all of us here, one thing I nearly forgot to mention, APS wallet application. APS, of course, we all will make those mistakes, but we have to go out and let somebody to develop a solution that we can work with. But that was a mistake. And nearly got it too late, a mistake. but we corrected ourselves and challenged Gambians who studied from the University of the Gambia, developers. They developed a solution. These Gambians developed a solution from February 2025 is the solution that APS wallet has been using. And I am sure if you've been a user or you've been a subscriber to APS wallet before February 2025 and after February 2025, you would have seen the difference. The difference was made by Gambians. So, fellow Gambians, I want to please urge myself and every one of us to believe in ourselves. We have a purpose in this life, and we can fulfill that purpose. But it has to be belief in self. So, without taking too much time, I'm sure if I'm giving the talk to my friends, I can talk about APS for the rest of the day. What I am calling out from the Gambians is to support our Gambian institutions. Gambians has exported a lot of talent. So why can't we not use that talent here? We have to support Gambia to make it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanya. Like you said, we are short on time, so I can only watch the rest of the panel to keep us on time, please. So thank you very much to hear, I'm very pleased to hear and really inspired from your speech, by the speech from APS International Group, founded by, like you said, a Gambian, Mr. Lamin Sane. Kindly pass on appreciation to Mr. Sane for all the effort, investment that he has done in this country. Thank you. And now I have been told that the initial idea was to have the panelists seated, but because of the media, we would ask the next panelists to please use the podium because for visibility. So next I will have Mr. Yahya, Managing Director of United Islamic Microfinance. Mr. Mapure, you have the floor. You can please get the statement at the podium, and if you can please limit your statement to 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow panelists, I am honored to stand here today to speak on this very important topic. Yona Islamic Microfinance is one of the entities of Yona Group. Yona Group has 6 companies. The first one started as a small corner store in Bakau some years ago by a Gambian by the name Sirifo Toure. Sirifo came from Arabic school background. He started a mini market, and that is now called Yona Enterprise, that is bringing in hundreds of thousands of bags of rice, hundreds of thousands of bags of sugar, hundreds of thousands of gallons of oil, etc. Foodstuff. Because of his vision, he decided to go into remittance, and the second company became Yona Foreign Exchange Bureau. The Yona Foreign Exchange Bureau today has over 200 branches across the country. Every major settlement in this country, if you look around, you see Yona. We have over 600 agents, and the group together has over 600 members of staff. The second or the third company is Yona Islamic Microfinance, and I am the managing director of that institution. Then came Yona Islamic Insurance, that's the fourth one, and Yona Wallet and Yona Agribusiness. The microfinance is an Islamic microfinance. All our transactions are Sharia-based, using the known products like Mudaraba, Murabaha, Musharaka, Istisna, Salam, etc., etc. We make sure that all our transactions are Sharia compliant, and that's why we have a department called Sharia Department and a board called Sharia Advisory Board. This is to ensure that we do not only say it, but we do it in practice. Our focus is to ensure that there is financial inclusion in the country, and also we practice ethical financing. So as a result, we try to be very innovative about this. We have 600 agents and 200 branches that we work through. The microfinance though has only 15 branches, but our customers are able to access their funds through any of the agents and through any of the branches using the wallet. Once you go to the App Store or the Play Store, you download the Yona wallet. You should be able to be in Koina and access your money. All you have to do is to move your funds from your account to your wallet and go to any Yona Foreign Exchange Bureau or Yona agent, and you'll be able to access your money. And vice versa, is also easy to move your money from your wallet, whether people send it to you or you are an entrepreneur that receives payment through the wallet, you can move your funds to your account without physically going to a branch. We do all this to ensure that we make life easy for customers and also to make sure that we have financial inclusion, as always preached by Central Bank of the Gambia. Partnership, we have seen that it's very important. A lot of time people think about competition, but it's very important to partner with our fellow institutions. We partner with government. Two years ago, we had a partnership with Social Development Fund, and with that, we were able to help farmers, particularly in CRR. And that process, project is just phasing out and has been a very successful one. We have partnered with the government of the Gambia through Yona Agribusiness. We recently supplied 60 tractors. And on top of that, we are making farming easier and more productive for individuals also. All we require is for them to deposit 25%, and we finance them to have access to tractors and other farming implements. Just recently, we signed a tripartite agreement with GCCI and Salam, in which we intend to empower entrepreneurs across the country with a sum of $15 million. The Giraffe project, also we've been part of that. We have over 20 groups, over 123 individuals with over $70 million that we are using to support people, particularly in the agriculture sector, be it in poultry, vegetable garden, women farmers, etc. across the country. We have what is called the Yona team. Yona team spirit. We try to ensure that whatever comes through one of the entities, we make it available for people to make sure that there's what is called one-stop shopping. You come to a microfinance to finance, for example, a vehicle, we make it easy for you to access or to have insurance, for example. Ladies and gentlemen, the final thing I want to say is that at Yona we try to ensure that what our purpose is beyond profit. We are creating entrepreneurs, we are supporting women groups, we make sure we work with carpentry shops, welding shops, etc., etc. Yona is committed to building a productive, inclusive, and resilient Gambian economy through ethical financing and also partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manfred. We're very pleased to hear from the Honorable, a dynamic, fast-growing group, Gambian company. We also note your chairman, the diaspora, Senator, so kindly pass on appreciation to Mr. Manfred. That concludes our session on financial service. We'll now move on to sports. The President of the Gambia Football Federation.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, honorable ministers, or other protocols duly and respectfully observed. It's an honor and privilege for me this morning to participate in this very important panel discussion and also witness the launching of the Biri Initiative on Sports and Tourism. Alhaji Njai Biri, may Allah have mercy on his soul and grant him a place in the heights of Jannah, Jannatul Firdaus, who is also commonly known as Biri Biri. It was more than just a footballer. He was a pioneer, a patriot, a fearless ambassador of Wadiaka. From the dusty grounds of Banjul, grand arenas of Europe, most notably at Sevilla FC, where he is still adored and celebrated. We at GFF, in order to honor and keep his eternal legacy, we've already named a proposed mini stadium after him to be built within the National Technical Training Center in Yudu. Biri Biri is a living legend. Biri Biri, being one of Africa's earliest icons in European football, was followed by some renowned players like Maud Barrow, who was one of the, not the first Gambian to play in the Premier League, Swansea Football Club. We had Dawda Ba, who also competed in the Bundesliga for the club Osborne. As of 2025, about 250 Gambian players are playing professional football across the globe. While the majority are based in Europe, others are competing in elite leagues across Asia, Africa, and the Americas. Examples of Gambian top league players today are, like in the Premier League, we have Mr. Minte, Brighton, and Hope Albion. In the German Bundesliga, we have Leipzig with FC St. Paul. In the Italian Serie A, we have Ali Fadera with US Sassuolo, Falucciam with Hellas Verona, and in the Asian football, we have Musa Barrow competing in the Saudi Pro League with Al Tamun, amongst many others. The market value and global recognition Observatory identified Young Committee as the most valuable African player currently playing in Europe. His reported market value reached 80 million euros, reflecting the growing global demand and respect for Gambian talent. The ministry and competitive impact Gambian professionals accumulated
significant playing time across leagues in 2025. The top 100 Gambian players recorded over 200,000 combined minutes at club level. This averages more than 2,000 minutes per player, demonstrating regular selection, trust from coaches, meaningful on-field contribution. These figures confirm that Gambian players are not fringe participants, but they are contributors at the elite professional level. The next wave of Gambian talent, beyond today's professionals, there's a strong pipeline of emerging Gambian players across Europe. Gambian footballers are currently represented in B teams, on the 20s, on the 19s, and on the 18s squads at some of the world's most elite and historically important clubs. This includes, but not limited to, development systems at clubs such as Bayern Munich, Hamburger SV, FC St. Pauli, Eintracht Frankfurt, FC Barcelona, Girona FC, AS Roma, and many others across Europe. This confirms that Gambian football is not only strong today, but built for long-term sustainable success. Our professional footballers, both retired and active, are playing a key role in football development in the country. Notably among them is a gentleman in Rasta who was sitting on my right hand, Mr. Steve Travali, Babakar, who is still active, played, but he is also investing hugely in development of the football by buying a first division club and employing a good number of technicians and players. We have the likes of Omar Koli, Ali Sow, Ibrahim Ansona, Maudou Sissé, Alaya Ziko, and many others who have not only won the national colours with pride, but are investing into league clubs, into football academies, in football infrastructure, and they are also following the trail blazed by the legend Biri Biri. In the same vein, significant investments are being made into the game in the country through partnerships between local and international partners, investors. This development brought about the coming up of modern football facilities across the country. Just to name a few, in Basori, Kabakel, and Farba Banda, both in the West Coast region, Kerjata in the North Bank region, Brusubi, and Manduar, amongst others. And there are also investment into existing clubs and also buying and setting up new clubs. This is it's an unprecedented development in our football industry. Therefore, we at the Gambia Football Federation, we are excited to associate ourselves with this initiative as it aims to formalize and expand this trend. Whilst we appreciate and associate ourselves, the Gambia Football Federation has also established a football hotel. This we think our colleagues in diaspora and other investors can use as the springboard for sports and tourism, where the facilities are available as well as accommodation. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Bajo. We take the opportunity to extend our best wishes to the national football team and the incredible talented players. We know their professional footballers are an important part of this diaspora community and also investment in this country. Now I invite Mr. Steve Trawale, one of the practitioners,
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. My name is Bubakar Steve Trawale, a Gambian professional footballer, and it is an honor to stand before you today. The SNF has always been critical mechanism for engaging all stakeholders, particularly the Gambian diaspora, in meaningful policy discourse for our national development. The theme is timely and crucial, and I am particularly excited about the launching of the Biri initiative on sports and tourism. For too long, we have viewed football as a form of entertainment or a social activity. Today, we must shift our perspectives. The global football industry is a multi-million-dollar business driven by innovation, data, and technology. It's a productive sector capable of creating jobs, driving tourism, and inspiring national pride. Furthermore, Gambian footballers are fundamental assets to our nation's journey towards sustainable development. Our financial contributions secure livelihoods, while our professional achievements inspire systematic improvement within our sports sector. Football also has real economic value. When properly developed, it creates jobs, not just for players, but for coaches, medical staff, administrators, media personnel, and many others. Combined with sport tourism, football can support local businesses and contribute to national revenue. As the CEO of BST Galaxy Football Club, a team competing in the Gambian National League, I am heavily invested in developing Gambian talents and creating opportunities for them to play professional football. It's been 3 years since the team was founded, and so far, we've transferred 17 kids professionally. Therefore, I urge all stakeholders, from government ministries to private sectors and our vital diaspora community, to engage actively in the transformation of enhancing participation in the productive sectors. Your expertise, resources, and commitment are invaluable in building a brighter future for the Gambian football sector and the beloved Gambia as a whole. Biri's journey reminds of what is possible when talent is recognized and supported. His story continues to inspire generations of young Gambians to believe that with discipline, hard work, and the right support, they can reach the highest of levels. Meanwhile, the Biri initiative presents a clear path aligned with our football ambitions with the National Development Plan. This was a man whose love for the country was unwavering. As a footballer myself, I can personally relate with his journey. I understand the discipline, sacrifices, and the challenges that come with pursuing football as a career. The Biri initiative is therefore timely and important. By honoring a national hero, we are sending a strong message to our youth that excellence is recognized and that their dreams matter. This initiative can inspire discipline, patriotism, and professionalism among young Gambians. In conclusion, it is noteworthy that innovation in football is not just about new ideas. It's about commitment, investment, and vision. If we work together, we can build a football system that honors our past, serves our present, and secures a stronger future for the next generations. Thank you to you all.
The flag of the Gambia high abroad. We wish you great success in your new role. Thank you. Next, I would like to call on Mr. Sama to get us into innovation in tourism. Mr. Sama.
Your Excellency, the Vice President, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, tourism remains one of the Gambia's most productive and inclusive sectors. It contributes around 20 to 25% of GDP when direct and indirect effects are combined. And it also supports some 200,000 direct and indirect jobs, and is one of the country's largest sources of foreign exchange earnings, underpinning livelihoods across accommodation, transport, food supply, crafts, entertainment, and community services. However, the next phase of growth in tourism will not be driven only by visitor numbers or the construction of accommodation alone. It will also be driven by innovation in products, markets, partnerships, skills, identity, and infrastructure, and by the deliberate creation of events and experiences that will motivate travel. Visitors will not come only to occupy hotel rooms or to lie on our beautiful beaches. They will come for festivals, marches, conferences, exhibitions, cultural moments, and well-designed public spaces. Tourism-related spaces that are muddy during the rainy season and dusty during the dry season undermine the destination's value proposition. Therefore, investment in tourism must extend beyond beds to infrastructure, the beautification of public spaces, event readiness, visitor experiences, because these will ultimately determine whether the Gambia is remembered, recommended, and revisited. And at the Gambia Tourism Board, we expect to focus on the beautification of the TD during the course of the next few years. Over the past decade, the Gambia has continued a deliberate shift towards a more broader focus on a more diversified tourism industry from a narrow seasonal coastal model. This includes expansion of ecotourism, river-based and inland tourism, cultural and heritage tourism, community-based experiences, conferences, sports tourism, and creative industry-linked tourism. These segments are not theoretical. They are already visible in our work at the GT Board in investment pipelines, pilot projects, and emerging visitor demand patterns. Innovation in tourism today also means integration with technology and services. Digital booking platforms, destination marketing tools, improved data collection, and mobile payments are transforming how the visitors experience Gambia and how they discover the country. These tools lower barriers for small investors and youth-led enterprises and community-based tourism so that these groups can enter into the market competitively. The sector also offers clear opportunities for diaspora participation and private investment. And these range from eco-lodges and boutique accommodation to tour operations, sports and events management, destination services, training institutions, and creative content production, and digital tourism services. Increasingly, the tourism sector requires not only capital, but the skills, governance standards, and long-term commitment. And these are areas in which the Gambian diaspora has a distinct comparative advantage so that you can support the industry. Youth participation is also equally critical, as the tourism employment is no longer confined to front desk services or seasonal employment, but now encompasses careers in sports management, media, digital marketing, data analytics, event production, heritage conservation, culinary innovation, and environmental services. Also, therefore, aligning training, certification, and entrepreneurial support with these emerging segments is a priority. In this context, the Biri Biri initiative on sports and tourism represents a potentially powerful innovation. It links national identity, global recognition, youth inspiration, and economic opportunity. By celebrating the footballing legend of Alhaji Mamadou Ndiaye Biri, a pioneer who carried Gambian excellence onto the global stage, and whose torch is today being carried forward by a new generation of Gambian footballers, such as Steve, as well as Yankuba Minte, Musa Baro, and many, many others, who are competing at the very highest levels. The initiative positions sports not only as competition, but as a driver of tourism, skills development, branding, and international partnerships. The initiative's emphasis on the national stadium identity, international club partnerships, multimedia storytelling, year-round sports tourism, and talent development creates opportunities for event-based tourism, diaspora engagement, youth pathways, and destination branding. These resonate beyond football alone. It demonstrates how heritage, excellence, and innovation can be translated into productive economic activity. At the Gambia Tourism Board, we see innovation not only as an abstract concept, but as a practical framework for collaboration between government, the private sector, communities, young people, and the diaspora. And with the right policies, partnerships, and discipline, tourism can continue to be a platform for national pride, productivity, and inclusive growth. And we at the Gambia Tourism Board are ready to partner with all of you in that regard. We thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saho. Mr. Saho Diaspora Tony, the chairman of the Gambia Tourism Board, and we are very pleased to hear your statement and information insights shared today. We know that the Gambia Tourism Board now has a new head, Ms. Yahya Jammeh, and we extend our congratulations to her through you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure we have seen now the connection between these three sectors that we have brought forward. They are not isolated sectors, but very deeply connected in terms of our national development and where we hope to see this country going forward. As I ask the panel to remain seated for the next session, I urge all of you, all of us, really to continue the discourse during the break and cocktail afterwards. Really, this time that is quite short, but there's enough time for us to engage as we move to the other sessions and during the break, as I mentioned. Thank you very much. Please join me in extending our heartfelt congrats and thank you to our panelists as we move forward. Ushers, please direct us to the next step. We remain seated. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sira, and thanks once again to the panelists, our first panelists for today. It is now my honor to invite Honorable Bakari Baji, Minister of Youth and Sport, to deliver his statement. You're welcome.
Thank you to the Master of Ceremony, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic, Mr. Mohamed B.S. Jallo, the Honorable Ministers present here, ladies and gentlemen, the family of the late Alhaji Mamadou Ndiaye Biri Biri, all protocol respectfully and duly observed. It is indeed pleasing that the 9th State of the Nation Forum focuses on the financial service, football, and tourism sector, with sports and tourism component focusing on the country of Spain, a country that had and continue to have a strong football ties with the Gambia due to the record of the legendary Alhaji Mamadou Biri Biri. The 9th edition of the State of the Nations Forum provides us the perfect opportunity to reflect on the life of the iconic Alhaji Mamadou Njie Biribiri, who was the first Gambian diaspora footballer who played professionally in Denmark, but was more notable during his stint in Spain, where he played for Seville Football Club and left a legacy that remains one of the most incredible in civil football history, but more importantly, a memorable history of African football connecting with Spain. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for decades, football fans, sports and civic leaders, and other stakeholders and citizens have advocated for an enduring national tribute to Biribiri here in his own homeland. In response, the Ministry of Youth and Sports proposed and received approval from His Excellency the President of the Republic to name the covered pavilion of the Independence Stadium as Biribiri Pavilion. This will soon be unveiled when the stadium renovation is completed. I am honored and pleased that here again, His Excellency the President, represented by His Excellency the Vice President, agreed to personally launch the new Biribiri initiative on sports and tourism today at the State of the Nation Forum's 9th edition, an initiative that seeks to use sports to promote tourist arrival between the Gambia and Spain. The structured Biribiri initiative emerged from the Gambia's participation in the United Nations 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville, Spain, where His Excellency the Vice President led the Gambian delegation. And during that forum, Professor Jibril Fall was able to facilitate a visit by His Excellency the President to the Seville Stadium together with the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and that of Finance and others who were with the Vice President at the time. Biribiri joined Seville in 1973, and although he left the club in 1978, he is still loved and celebrated as a local hero. As recent as 5th of October 2025, a large poster of his image was displayed by fans in the stadium on the occasion when Seville beat Barcelona 4-1. The 25 Gambian delegation who visited the Estadio Ramon Sanchez Stadium on July 2nd, 2025, were struck and emotional about the extent to which Biribiri is honored in a foreign land. Biribiri is one of the best footballers ever to have played the game of football. His profound dedication to the Gambia and contribution to the national game is unsurpassed. A grateful nation pays tribute to the colossal talent who lived a life of professional excellence, patriotic service to the country, and a personal humility until his death. The main aim of the Biribiri initiative are to celebrate the genius of the pioneering and legendary Gambian footballer, the late Mamadou Njie Biribiri, also to inspire generations of youth to pursue patriotic endeavors and professional excellence and leverage on the Biribiri legacy to the extent of enhancing sports and tourism development in the Gambia. The main aim of the Biribiri initiative on sports and tourism are: 1, national tribute to honor Biribiri's contribution, inspiration, and legacy; production of a multi-resource about Biribiri's life, talent, and the impact that he created; and 3, the collaboration with civil and other clubs to engage and inspire young people; 4, coordination of activities on football skills, scouting, and career development; and 5, to promote a framework of 4 years, a framework of football realization and tourist development; and 6, promotion of framework for sustainable football sports, tourism, and cultural economy. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Biribiri initiative will be implemented by GK partners as part of its technical cooperation program in collaboration with the Office of the Vice President, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, the Gambia Football Federation, the Gambia Tourism Board, and other stakeholders in the civic space. We look forward to a successful implementation of this initiative and wish to once again thank Professor Jibril Fall for his leadership and insight in providing what was necessary for today's State of the Nation's address. And I was to conclude by saying that as a ministry and as a government, we are fully committed to this initiative and will support it through and through for it to be successful. I wish to conclude by thanking all of you for the presence in this 9th State of the Nations Forum. Thank you.
Honorable Baji, we thank you for your statement and for introducing Biri Biri initiative on sport and tourism. It is now my honor, Your Excellency, some of Biri Biri families and close friends are with us today, led by brother Mr. Bekai Njai. We would like Mr. Njai and his delegates to stand up so that we can show our appreciation. We appreciate you. Can we give them a second round of applause? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. It is now my honor to invite Honorable Abdoulaye Diop, Minister of Tourism and Culture, to deliver his statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Numbe. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Good morning to all of you. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Mohamed B.S. Jallow, our colleague cabinet ministers that are present here, members of the National Assembly that are present here, permanent secretaries and senior government officials that are present here, the family of Biri Biri led by Njayan, Mr. Njai, present here, our own very own Professor Jibril Fall, and thank you for this forum. It's magnificent, it's great. And also, the members of the Diplomatic and Consular Corps, especially all the ambassadors that are present here. And I have to give a particular mention to His Excellency, the Ambassador Liu Jing, of the People's Republic of China, duly represented by Dr. Song. I have to give this because we are here because of them. They're the ones that build this magnificent facility for the country, and we have to recognize it. Because we don't also forget our friends, and thank you. We also recognize the presence of the private sector, particularly those from the tourism, arts, and culture. Doyen Baxture is here, Saul Fraser is here, and York Malik and others. So thank you for coming. And also the esteemed members of the diaspora, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to address this August gathering at the 9th State of the Nation Forum under the theme Enhancing Participation in the Productive Sector. I believe Mr. Saho has done part of my job. Bamba, thank you. We in the country recognize that the Gambian diaspora is one of the nation's most valuable strategic assets. Beyond remittance, as we have heard earlier in the morning, it represents a vast reservoir of knowledge, skills, network, capital, and cultural influence. when it is effectively harnessed, the diaspora engagement, particularly for the tourism sector, becomes a powerful catalyst for the tourism growth, job creation, cultural preservation, and national branding. This forum, therefore, offers an important platform to reflect on the strength, the role the diaspora and tourism is positioning the destination Gambia. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the diaspora tourism is more than travel. It is about identity, heritage, reconnection, and belonging. Members of the diaspora travel with purpose to discover their roots, celebrate culture, support families and communities, and contribute immensely to national development. For the tourism sector, this presents immense opportunities, including year-round tourism flows, increased local spending, growing demand for heritage and cultural experience, and authentic destination promotion by diasporan visitors who serve as trusted ambassadors for the Gambia. These benefits are mutually reinforcing. While the diaspora reconnect with home, the nation gains inclusive economic growth, cultural revitalization, and enhanced global visibility. Tourism, however, does not operate in isolation. It is an interconnected ecosystem encompassing hospitality, creative industries, gastronomy, transport, real estate, agriculture, ICT, and events management, each offering attractive entry points for diaspora investment. Key opportunities which the chairperson had earlier mentioned includes boutique hotels and eco-lodges, tour operations and digital travel platforms, cultural and heritage centers, creative arts linked to tourism markets, and culinary, agriculture, and value chain tourism development. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Gambia fully recognizes the transformative role diaspora tourism and investment can provide. We remain committed to fostering an enabling environment through policy reforms, investment incentives, and private sector-led partnership, because we believe that it is the private sector that leads the tourism sector, not the government, not the ministry, not GT board, but the private sector. And that is why we are re-engineering the sector to make it private sector-led. And we need close collaboration with institutions within government, with the private sector, ministries, especially the Ministry of Finance, Foreign Affairs, because some of the infrastructure that we're talking about in the tourism sector, for it to happen, there needs to be accompanying investment incentives for the private sector to be able to do those investments. In this regard, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture is working with key stakeholders, particularly the private sector, in advancing policies, both legal and regulatory framework, because we cannot just sit in our offices and come up with legal and regulatory framework that are not supportive to the private sector. We're not supposed to be enforcers, we're supposed to be enablers of the sector, so that we can strengthen the collaboration, regulation, and effective engagement. We also envision the private sector not merely as visitors or investors, but as co-creators of Destination Gambia, our country's unique appeal, which is the peace, stability, cultural diversity, warm hospitality, rich heritage, and distinct geography, must be authentically communicated to global audience. To unlock diaspora potential, engagement must be structured, inclusive, and sustained. Accordingly, our priorities include dedicated diaspora tourism and investment platform, active diaspora participation in national tourism marketing and branding, strong collaboration with the diaspora associations and networks. Through meaningful engagement, we can position the Gambia as a premier homecoming destination, a hub for heritage and cultural tourism, and a welcoming space for investment, innovation, and creativity. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the future of the Gambian tourism is inclusive, resilient, and diaspora connected. By aligning national policies with diaspora aspirations, we can unlock immense potential and strengthen tourism as a pillar of sustainable development. I therefore call on everyone, government ministries, the private sector, civil society, our brothers and sisters in the diaspora, to deepen the collaboration for the benefit of the present and future generations. Cape Verde, we are told, came here to learn about our tourism. But Cape Verde is doing arrival numbers in millions. And why not us? There's something that we're not doing right, and we have to do it right. And one of the things that Cape Verde has done is to use its diaspora to invest in the sector. And this is what we're aiming to do as well. Tourism, for me, is everybody's business. We have to, each and every one of us as Gambians, be an ambassador for the destination. We have to sell the country, behave in the best way for people to come and visit this destination, which is, we have everything that it takes better than some of our neighbors. So in closing, I reaffirm the ministry's unwavering commitment to working closely with everybody. Together we can promote the Gambia, not only as a destination to visit, but as a home to return to, invest in, and proudly showcase to the world. I thank you for your kind attention.
Honorable Job, we thank you for your statement. Your Excellency, we will now watch a 5-minute video on Biri Biri, narrated by Moses Nden, believed to be produced by E. Sohna Sport. We can stay tuned for the video.
The legend that never dies. I wanted to make this video last week before the Sevilla versus Barcelona La Liga game, but not wasn't on my side. Maybe it was testing, because when I saw the Sevilla fans raise that banner, so many memories comes to mind. Being the Gambian genius, the man who carried the pride of a small West African nation into the grand arena of Europe. Born in Banjul in 1948, he rose from the dusty streets of the city to conquer the world of football with nothing but raw talent, humility, and unshakable spirit. Before the field, before the songs, and the stadium lights, Billy honed his craft locally and played for local teams in the Gambia before traveling to Sierra Leone, playing for mighty Blackpool, where he dazzled the crowds with his peace and flair. From there he crossed over to England with the support of Matar Sarr. He went on trials to Derby County. But his encounter there was short-lived. Then came his move to Denmark, joining the 1901, a move that changed everything. His brilliance there caught the eye of Sevilla, and in 1973, history was made. He became the first black African to play for Sevilla. And not just play, he became a cult hero. Between 1973 and 1978, he scored 34 goals in 99 appearances, helping Sevilla return to La Liga and earning final love from the fans. They didn't just change his name, they sang it, Biri Biri. Became the rhythm of Sevilla's well. To this day, his face adorns murals and his story lives on like folklore in Andalusia. But do you know where the name Biri Biri came from? In his own words, he said it was given to him by his Quranic teacher when he was a young boy, simply because he was stubborn. The name stuck, and that stubbornness became his strength. The fire that pushed him to dream the ambitions. Years later, during Sevilla's centenary celebrations, Biri Biri returned to the club that needed mortar. There he met none other than the legendary hero Armando Maradona, who was the Sevilla player. Maradona himself honored a gesture from one legend to another. That moment symbolized something greater than football. It was Western, legacy, and shared greatness. Back home, Biri Biri was more than a sports hero. He was a leader. He was once appointed deputy mayor of Banjul, showing that his impact extended beyond football to the civic life, inspiring young Gambians to dream big both on and off the field. Last week, decades after he last wore the Sevilla colors, the fans once again lifted his banner high, not for stats or trophies, but for love, loyalty, and legacy. Billy was more than a footballer. He was a symbol of pride for the Gambia, a reminder that greatness can rise from anywhere. He carried his roots proudly, always returning home to play for the national team. When he hammered his boots internationally, he joined the local club Wellingara, inspiring generations of Gambian players. He passed away on 19 July 2020 in Dakar after surgery. His funeral became a moment of unity, a state burial fit for a king. It was in the hearts of Gambians. Billy was not just a player, he was hope made human. So today, as we again remember him, let's remember what he stood for: passion, pride, and perseverance. Alaji Modu Njai, Billy Billy, have shown that legends don't fade. They live on in banners, in songs, in murals, and in every young African who dares to dream. Rest in power, Billy Billy, the Lion of Banjo.
It is now my honor to invite Honorable Habibatu Drame, Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, to deliver a statement on behalf of the Honorable Minister Seymour Yai, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians abroad. You're welcome.
MC, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Gambia, Mr. Mohamedou B.S. Jallow, colleague, Honorable Cabinet Ministers here present, Your Excellency, Head of the Diplomatic Mission and International Organization, distinguished ambassadors and the diplomatic community, distinguished partners, senior government officials, representatives of the civil society, the private sector, and academia, members of the diaspora, family of the late legend Biribiri, ladies and gentlemen. It pleases me on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambians abroad to deliver this statement. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this important gathering. On behalf of the government and people of the Republic of the Gambia, I extend warm greetings and sincere appreciation to all participants for taking time to be part of this program. I wish to express particular gratitude to GK partners for their continued commitment in hosting this event annually since the advent of the democratic dispensation. I also extend sincere appreciation to our development partners, international organizations, and all stakeholders whose collaboration and solidarity with the Gambia have made this event possible. Your presence here today is a strong demonstration of our shared commitment to dialogue, partnership, and collective action in addressing migration and development challenges and opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, migration remains one of the defining global issues of our time. It is a phenomenon shaped by a complex interaction of economic, social, political, environmental, and demographic factors. For countries such as the Gambia, migration is not merely a challenge to be managed. It is also an opportunity to be harnessed for national development, regional integration, and global collaboration. The government of the Gambia recognizes migration as a cross-cutting issue that requires a whole of government and whole of society approach. This understanding is firmly anchored in our national development framework, including the National Development Plan, sector strategies, and other commitments under regional and international frameworks such as the Africa Union Migration Policy Framework and the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Today's event is therefore both timely and strategic. It provides a platform for reflection, exchange of experiences, and forward-looking discussions on how we can strengthen policies, partnerships, and practical solutions that place migrants, communities, and national development at the center of our efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gambia has made notable progress in strengthening migration governance over the past years. We have invested in institutional coordination, policy development, and partnerships aimed at improving migration management, protecting the rights of migrants, and maximizing the development impact of migration. A key pillar of our approach is diaspora engagement. The Gambian diaspora continues to play a vital role in national development through remittances, skills transfer, investment, entrepreneurship, and social contributions. Government remains committed to strengthening structured and inclusive mechanisms that enable diaspora participation in national development processes while fostering trust, transparency, and mutual accountability. Equally important is our work to save orderly and regular migration pathways, expanding access to regular pathways, whether for labor mobility, education, training, or family reunification. This remains critical in reducing irregular migration, migrant smuggling, and human trafficking. This requires close collaboration with destinations and transit countries, the private sector, the development partners, as well as strong investment in skills development and labor market alignment. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are also increasingly confronted with emerging migration drivers, including climate change and environmental degradation. Coastal erosion, flooding, land degradation, and changing livelihoods are already affecting our communities and influencing mobility patterns within and beyond our borders. These realities underscore the need for forward-looking, evidence-based, and climate-sensitive migration policies that are aligned with national adaptations and resilience strategies. In this regard, dialogue platforms such as this, or this one, are essential. They allow us to learn from global and regional experiences, explore innovative approaches, and identify practical entry points for integrating migration into climate actions, development planning, and humanitarian responses. I wish to emphasize that the government of the Gambia remains firmly committed to multilateralism and international collaboration or cooperation. Migration is a shared responsibility that transcends borders and requires collective solutions grounded in solidarity, respect for human rights, and shared benefits. Our engagement in regional and global migration processes reflect this conviction. As we open this event, ladies and gentlemen, I encourage all participants to engage actively, openly, and constructively in the discussions ahead. Let us use this opportunity to bridge policy and practice, strengthen partnership, and translate dialogue into concrete actions that deliver tangible results for migrants, communities, and our nation as a whole. I also urge us to place particular emphasis on data, evidence, and inclusivity. Sound migration policies must be informed by reliable data and research, while ensuring that the voices of migrants, women, youth, local communities, and the diaspora are meaningfully included in decision-making processes. Before concluding, I wish to take this opportunity on behalf of the Honorable Minister to once again extend our sincere appreciation to GK partners, Professor Jibril Fall, the IOM, the Gambian diaspora, and all partners and stakeholders involved in convening this important event. Your dedication and collaborative efforts are vital in promoting a more coherent, human, and development-oriented approach to migration. On this note, on behalf of Honorable Minister Serin Modu Jai, I wish to extend to you all fruitful deliberation, constructive exchange, and a successful outcome of the event. I thank you.
Honorable Jammeh, we thank you for the statement. It is now my honor to invite Ms. Violeta Insan Sandoval, Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of Spain to the Gambia, to deliver a statement.
Thank you, Director. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Minister of Youth and Sports, Honorable Minister of Tourism and Culture, Honorable Minister of Basic and Secondary Education, Minister of Higher Education, representatives from other ministries and official institutions and agencies, Head of IOM, the Gambia, Director of GK Partners, Professor Jibril Fall, family of Biribiri, dear members of sports institutions, touristic sector organizations, diaspora and financial services associations, members of the diplomatic and consular corps, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good morning to all of you. It is my deepest honor to stand before you today in this very auspicious occasion, the 9th State in the Nation Forum, where Spain has a special place this year. This is a unique forum, an opportunity to connect with the diaspora and promote interactions with relevant stakeholders, all gathered here with a common purpose, to boost national development. I must confess I was impressed and very inspired before by listening to the panelists. My congratulations, you are living examples of Gambians leading the progress of this country. People that left this country before and were part of the diaspora, but decided to come back to this country and contribute to development. Distinguished guests, as you know, Spain is home to one of the largest communities of Gambians in the diaspora, a vibrant community of 30,000 people that has settled and thrived in our country for decades. We acknowledge the positive impact of the Gambian diaspora in our country in all areas, not only economy, also culture. And in parallel, we are aware of the importance that remittances have for the Gambian economy. But the potential of remittances is yet to be fully harnessed. And the role of the financial sector and financial education in this matter is crucial. Adequate investment of remittances and financial education, as I said, can be a game changer for the Gambian economy, creating hundreds of jobs and opportunities. We need to move from just spending remittances to invest them in productive sectors and activities. In this sense, I welcome the workshop organized in this forum that will go deeper on this. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism is another key driver for development in the Gambia. Spanish tourism is already very important, but there's still great room for growth. In 2024, 10,000 Spanish tourists visited the Gambia, and every year more and more Spanish are attracted by the smiling coast of Africa. This country is a privileged destination. It's a beacon of stability in the region, actually the fourth safest country in Africa. So the Gambia offers a lot of advantages for Spain. For example, the proximity. 4 direct flights per week from Barcelona connect our two countries. The complementarity between the seasons is also an advantage and an opportunity. The low season in the Gambia, the summer months, correspond with the summer holidays for Spaniards. So if we are able to attract more tourists in these months, more opportunities, more employment in the sector will be created. We need tourists, not only in the high season. This is precisely the aim of the Biri Biri initiative that has been mentioned before, to promote more Spanish tourists to come to the Gambia through sports. Alaji Modu Njai Biri Biri, as you saw in the video, was a Gambian footballer, the first African footballer that joined Sevilla Football Club in 1973. He was a hero who led the team to the first division in Spain. And his legacy, as you saw, is still very present in Spain. And he's one of the most famous figures of the Gambian diaspora in Spain. He's a true example of how sport can join us together and build ties between our people. Today, in every match, Sevilla fans remember Biri, and they call themselves the Biris Biris. Distinguished guests, allow me to highlight that this initiative, the Biri Biri Sport and Tourism Initiative, was a result of the recent visit of His Excellency the Vice President to Spain last July. And I would like to commend the Vice President's office for their leadership and their efforts to promote this initiative. The implementation of this initiative will give enormous visibility to the Gambia in the Spanish football sector, which will attract more tourism and opportunities of business and cultural exchanges. We all know the impact of football nowadays and how it can unlock opportunities for children and young people. Opportunities, as it was mentioned before, jobs, but also education, values, important values such as respect, teamwork, perseverance, or humility. Dear guests, allow me to mention that Spain and the Gambia are at a golden moment in our diplomatic relations, with visits of very high level, as the mention of His Excellency and the Vice President to Spain, but also the visit of our Prime Minister to the Gambia in August 2024. Our political, economic, and social ties continue to expand, and it is our firm will to promote them even further. Spain remains committed to promoting development by creating new business opportunities through tourism and sports, and that's why we have invited to this forum to the Spanish Chamber of Commerce that will participate in a workshop today, and also we are working and encouraging Spanish football clubs to invest in the Gambia. We are determined to continue supporting diaspora. We wish to see diaspora succeed in our country, because we are convinced this will bring more wealth also to the Gambia and to the Gambian people through, as I said before, well-invested remittances. The Gambia diaspora in Spain is expected to continue to grow in numbers in the coming years, and we are very happy, we are delighted to have more and more Gambians, because this will strengthen our already very strong bonds. But ladies and gentlemen, we will not allow anyone to risk or lose their lives when going to Spain. We can't stand more deaths at sea. So we will continue to work also tirelessly on this, together with the Gambian government. This is our #1 goal, to save lives of these young people who have so much potential. And in order to achieve this, we will continue to be a #1 partner in security, and also we will promote more legal pathways, more legal opportunity to work and study. And in this sense, we welcome very much that this forum is organizing a career development forum. We think it's very important and it's crucial to give young people good guidance, good advice, offer them opportunities, and bring them hope so that they don't take other perilous journeys. I wish to extend my congratulations to the government of the Gambia, Ministry of Higher Education, Ministry of Basic Education, Ministry of Youth, for their steadfast support and investment in education, especially through recent strategies, TVET strategies, loans, new mechanisms and funds. Finally, allow me to thank the organizers of this important forum for keeping up this important initiative every year, especially to Professor Fal and all the team for the work behind, and my gratitude for inviting Spain. Distinguished guests, I wish this forum to be very productive and to open up new opportunities for both the diaspora and also for the youth, for people, young people that are now in the process of building their careers. This is a very crucial moment. We are convinced that there are and there will be many more success stories like the one of Biribiri in the future, and rest assured we will continue to support them in order to create wealth for both our countries, people and societies. I thank you all for your attention.
Ms. Sandoval, we thank you for your statement. It is now my honor to invite Ms. Shiba Ajaz, Officer in charge of the International Organization for Migration, to deliver her statement.
Thank you so much, Director Rumbe, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Ministers present here today, Charge the Affairs of Spain, Director of GK Partners, as well as the entire team of GK Partners present here, Diaspora Keynote Speaker, the National Assembly members, Service Chiefs, Permanent Secretaries, Directors, and other senior government officials present here, civil society, private sector actors, media, development partners, members of the diplomatic and consular corps, diaspora associations representatives, as well as the family and friends of the legend Biribiri. Good afternoon, actually, and assalamu alaikum to all of you. It is a great privilege to address this high-level opening of the 9th Stake in Nation Forum. It is a platform that has over nearly a decade evolved into a cornerstone of the Gambia's national dialogue on diaspora engagement, migration, and development. On behalf of IOM, I thank the Office of the President and GK Partners for convening us once again in the spirit of consultation, accountability, and collaboration. Excellencies, let me please allow commencing by first of all congratulating and commending the government of the Gambia to make diaspora engagement as a key policy priority and framework. The story of diaspora engagement in the Gambia, above all, has always been a story of leadership, inclusivity, and recognition. I start with the National Development Plan of 2018 to 2021 that identified diaspora engagement as a critical enabler of national development. It did something rare. It moved diaspora from the margins of policy into the center of development framework. The current recovery-focused National Development Plan builds on this legacy, strengthens delivery systems, emphasizes productive sector participation, and underscores that inclusive growth requires mobilizing all national assets, human, financial, institutional, wherever Gambians reside. Ladies and gentlemen, these are all divisive steps, not just mere policy commitments. The National Development Plan, it also acknowledges that Gambians abroad are not only remittance senders, but investors, professionals, entrepreneurs, cultural ambassadors, and partners in nation building. And today's Stake in the Nation Forum, it formally reflects this leadership and vision of the Gambia. The theme of this year's Stake in Nation Forum, enhancing participation in the productive sectors, could not have been more relevant to the Gambia's development trajectory today. However, For the Gambia, with a globally connected diaspora, the question is not whether diaspora resources matter. Rather, it is how effectively these resources are structured, aligned, and deployed. While remittances, they play a significant role in stabilizing household welfare and building local economies. Yet it is important to assess how their impact can be multiplied when complemented by diaspora investment in skills transfer, ethical recruitment practices, and labor mobility pathways. Ladies and gentlemen, today's program, particularly when we started off by the announcement of the 2025 remittances figures, and then moved to the panel session, and later on you will see several workshops, as well as the launch of the Biri Biri initiative. It really illustrates the shift of the diaspora engagement from being a mere policy initiative and to viewing diaspora as mere financial contributors to co-investors in nation building. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of IOM, our vision remains to support our member states to translate national visions into operational systems. Systems that are capable of delivering results, systems that are right-based, and systems that are inclusive. Based on IOM's approach to diaspora engagement and the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, IOM's approach really rests on three principles when it comes to diaspora engagement. The first one is engagement that is structured. Second is enabling participation that is institutionalized. And the third is empowerment that leads to stronger impact. There are global platforms such as iDiaspora and the Global Diaspora Policy Alliance, of which the Gambia is also a member. And these are initiatives which IOM intends to continue supporting the Gambia with so that the positive potential of diaspora can be harnessed. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead, I wish to reaffirm IOM's commitment towards 4 key areas when it comes to diaspora engagement. The very first one is co-designing policies and systems that embed diaspora engagement using our 3 principles while connecting the Gambia to global platforms such as the Global Diaspora Policy Alliance for peer exchange and coalition building. Second, facilitating skills-based mobility through corridor coordination, employer partnerships, and fair recruitment standards. This is ensuring that mobility pathways are ethical, inclusive, and responsive to sectoral demand. This is something which my earlier speakers also alluded towards. Supporting integration and reintegration, focusing on language, housing, recognition of skills, and access to essential services, because inclusion is a pillar of mobility, success, and driver of productivity. And last but not the least, supporting the Gambia with scaling up diaspora solutions from health deployments to climate resilient community projects, building local ownership and long-term sustainability. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I reaffirm that IOM remains available and ready to walk alongside the government and its partners, supporting nationally led solutions that unlock full potential of diaspora for development. I also take this opportunity to thank our development partners, the African Union, African Development Bank, and the Italian Agency for Development Cooperation that have made IOM's contribution to this event possible. And last but not the least, of course, the organizers, GK partners that have ensured this space as a continuous platform where policy meets practice and where national ambition is transformed into collective action. I wish the Staken Nation 9 every success, and I sincerely hope that each year we can continue to progress from policy towards action. I thank you all.
Ms. Ajas, we thank you for the statement. Ms. Seli Diallo is the SNF9 keynote speaker. After traveling to the United Kingdom and completing her studies in business information systems, she started her professional career working in business development and corporate management. A family and personal situation led to her specialist in charity work and medical business. Seli is the founder of Ida Bass Kidney Foundation in the United Kingdom and the Gambia, and the founder and CEO of Ravival Hemodialysis Center in Dakar, Senegal. Ms. Sely, as he prepared to take up the floor, we would like to invite the Gambia Police Band to play the song entitled Ngerem, to give thanks to her as a social entrepreneur who brings business expertise and promote health and human welfare throughout the world. Thank you. Thank you. I now have the honor to invite our diaspora's keynote speaker to deliver her statement. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency, Vice President of the Gambia, Honorable Ministers, Professor Jibril Fall, ladies and gentlemen. In the past 12 years, I have found myself immersed in the world of hemodialysis and nephrology, a field I did not study or had prior knowledge of. The diagnosis of my dearest mother with end-stage renal disease initiated the establishment of the Ida Bass Kidney Foundation in her honor in 2013. I was confronted with huge challenges we face here in the Gambia regarding the lack of specialist services. Like many, I had to decide to seek treatment for her in Senegal. I feel blessed that I was able to channel my loss and grief into what has become a passion to make treatment available and accessible. Having founded the Ida Bass Kidney Foundation as a registered charity, I discovered that the professional and problem-solving skills I had were transferable and relevant to the challenge of renal care in the Gambia and elsewhere. We started by collaborating with the Ministry of Health to commission a 14-bed hemodialysis center at the Edward Francis Small Teaching Hospital in 2015. Like others in the diaspora, I was able to use my professional networks to get hospitals in the United Kingdom and some of the leading specialists in the field to support the charity. Not only did we source equipment and resources, we brought an expert team to the Gambia. They operated on patients, provided specialist training, and committed themselves to helping the Gambia develop a world-class renal program. However, although I consider myself action-oriented, I must admit that many times I felt frustrated and defeated by government officials failing to capitalize on the opportunities and sometimes even seeming to undermine progressive actions. Sometimes I felt bewildered and lost, not understanding the motive for such counterproductive actions. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, the diaspora does not need the help of the public sector for them to enhance their participation and contributions in all priority and productive sectors. When such collaborations exist, great things are achieved. When the COVID-19 pandemic hit, through collaborations in the United Kingdom, I was able to bring to the Gambia 1.6 million face masks to the I was able to bring 1.6 million face masks to the Gambia, distributed to hospitals, health centers, schools, municipalities, and other institutions in all parts of the country. When obstructions and barriers are erected, the sectors and the citizens lose out. To ensure financial stability of the charity, I recognize the need to set up a social enterprise dialysis service. With a viable business plan, I struggled to get the cooperation needed in the Gambia. In the end, I took the business plan to Senegal. Ironically, with the help of GK Partners, we had a referral from Basic Bank Gambia, leading to Basic Bank Senegal, supporting the venture. Today, I run the Revival Hemodialysis Center in Point-E in Dakar, not in the Gambia. Our clients include governments, insurance companies, and other institutions. Profits are used to support the charity. Although Gambian patients benefit through the subsidy, it is a fraction of what could have been. When public officials engage, facilitate, and support action takers, the sector stands a better chance of thriving. I am pleased to say that we are currently collaborating with the ministry and have committed to building a new dialysis center in Bansang. I visited last summer as part of the feasibility assessment. This positive prospect exists largely because the ministry is opening doors and embracing the diaspora and other partners. For me, the lesson is simple: collaborate, cooperate, and capitalize. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all.
Ms. Jallow, we thank you for your statement and inspiration. I now have the honor to call Professor Jibril Fall. Although I was asked to be strict with this and not to mention this, but I'm tempted. Professor Fall is a global development expert. And as mentioned today, he pioneered the DDI, which is the Diaspora Direct Initiative. In addition to that, he also has many forces. In the Gambia, Professor Fall has complemented government efforts to develop the fourth diaspora strategy, which we are still implementing. Professor Fall as well pioneered SNF, and today we are saying SNF9. It started with SNF1, and we are still counting. Professor Fall as well complement government effort to start the first Diaspora Development Fund, which is a co-matching grant complementing government, private sector initiative, and with funding from GK partners and the Swiss government to support diaspora initiative in the country. This project has funded over 60 diaspora initiatives, complementing the efforts of local communities, developing different areas to enhance national development and diaspora initiative. And we can keep on counting, but I would like to call on Professor Fowle to deliver his statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, you know your officials, they don't listen to me. Your Excellency, Vice President, honorable ministers, Mr. Bekai Njai, the family of Beri, colleagues and friends. So what has diaspora got to do with Beri? Everything, actually. Biri tells us that it was a summer's day in 1963. He's playing football at Makati Square. A Banjulian older man saw him and was attracted by what he, Biri, didn't even know. He gives us a name. Conde. The man was transfixed, stopped the march, called the boy, and said, "What is your name?" and identified him. The lesson there for the grown-ups in the room, working, minding your business, do look out for the genius that God has hidden in the children. Paconte saw it. He said, "I'm taking you to play in a football match." He went there. These were adults. They said, "How can this little boy join the team just now, like that? It doesn't work like that." He argued and said, and won the day, and Biri was put in. Small boy. What did he do? He scored the winning goal. You know, some of us are lucky in that when he returned from Denmark, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, when it was not separated, tried to occupy him. And they sent him to different places, including Gambia High School. So we would, what the Wolof called chuha, we would talk to him to hear stories. And he would tell some of these stories. From that beginning, he tells the story that day going back home, the Pa even danced that day because he was vindicated. And that effectively was the spotting of a global talent. He was not 16 years when he was called in to the national team, not the Scorpion, the Gambia 11. But he was not chosen to play when they were going to Senegal. Through the help of the older boys, they sneaked him in the vehicles and drove. According to him, it's when they went past Karang that he emerged. By that time, it's too late to return him. So he is in Senegal. They played 3 matches. The late George Gomez documents this in his handbook of Gambian football. Of course, Biri Biri didn't participate, but he tells us it was being there that he made the decision that he must be in the first 11. And of course, the world of Gambian football changed. So that's an important lesson of the dedication and the spirit and the drive in the man himself. What God gave him was not enough. He had to build on it. And that is another lesson for young people today. A prodigy was born. In the short story we saw other people doing things to nurture genius. It was Matar Sarr, perhaps an overachiever, dynamic, who promoted sports, music, culture, business, professionalism, that saw the opportunity to think about getting an African to play in the then first division in England. And he arranged for this young, special talent to go to England. You can see the newsreels, 2nd of December, 1971. Young Biri Njai is running in at a very cold day at Derby County. The legendary Brian Clough was the manager. He, Biri, thought that he would be retained. To this day, at Derby County, the football fans there have different theories as to why he wasn't retained. Some thought that Clough didn't want to be the first to bring an African on the team. How would that work out? And there's other theories as to why he was not returned. But here's another lesson. By 1971, Biri have decided to return home. He didn't say, I would hustle and rough it out. He thought he needed to follow a structured path. Returned, joined Walidan. And for the tourism element and the different elements of tourism, 1972, B1901, what were they doing in Gambia? They were here to play their practice matches of season. In the past few years, are there any clubs in Europe that do that to Gambia? I don't think so. So you see, the room for different types of tourism, bits of it existed. And that is the story about the possibility of revival. And what happened when B1901 came? They played 3 matches. The first one against Biri himself, Walidan. And the visiting team won. I think it was 5-4. Did Biri score? I'm asking. He scored 3 against them. And something else happened about when you have to break the mold when you see something extraordinary. The manager of B1901 spoke to Walidan and said, you know, our next match, we're playing Real de Banjul. We want Biri Biri to play with us. So think about it. So Biri now is playing with B1901 against Real de Banjul. According to him, he scored 4 goals. According to the records, it was 3 goals, because one of it was disqualified. Until his dying day, he would tell you the details of why that was a good goal. Yeah? He says, at some point, the match was so tense. The managers, the owners of the team, came down and asked that he be substituted. I'm not making it up. He said that day he cried with the substitution. You know, because he understood that the rules were being broken. He was on trial. He was not taken to Denmark for a trial. They were trialing him in Gambia. So the opportunity of having teams and having things come, good things come home, many more good things will happen. Just as if bad things come to your house, disaster is at home. So if good things come, prosperity and natange is with you. So tourism and all of this is to bring good things to us. So Biri was trialed in Gambia. Within weeks, he was on a plane to Europe as the first Gambian and first black professional player in Denmark. And of course, just 1 year, he is in Seville. His Excellency, the Vice President, led the delegation when we went to Spain. It was mind-boggling. In the preparations, I worked with the historian of the club to see the memorabilia they hold on him, the story. This is a man who's gone to a place that Gambians were not known, and he became a child of the place. He left the team 50 years ago, and every day you had the chance. It's as if he is the Njiri. They believe in him. Some people even think that the stand is named after him. The reason is because that's the stand of the home game, and the home game is called Biri Biri. So it's always there. In his life, we have the lesson of diaspora, and we are pleased and honored that through the Office of the Vice President as coordinator and all of the Ministry of Sports, Ministry of Tourism, particularly, and Ministry of Finance, that this initiative is launched. And many people have been saying that something like this is needed. The hope, I can feel it, that everyone will join in to transform the legacy and the genius into practical development opportunity. Lastly, I think I always talk about money, do I? I do, yeah? The money was big, wasn't it? 870-something million. That's a lot of money that the government are bringing in. Mr. Njai, did Biri Biri do remittances? He did. There are stories of him coming with a lot of money. There are stories of him buying story buildings, doing things huge. But importantly, every March he would pay his way. There's some apocryphal stories as to how he may even have gotten himself a red card in order to come to play the local game. What we know, that the love of country never left him like most diaspora. He didn't always agree with the government of the day, but he loved his country, and his contribution is a legend, just as the man himself is legend. So I have nothing more to say but to thank the government and the partners for taking that step and for the commitment to bring us all together to try to get a little bit of that genius. The video that was done was brilliant, but I objected to one comment when it said that Biri Biri met Maradona. Biri Biri did not meet Maradona. Maradona met Biri. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Jibril Fall, for giving us an insight into Biri Biri's life story and his legacy. Honorable ministers, distinguished participants, It is now time for the final item of this opening session. I invite His Excellency Vice President Mohamed B.S. Jallow to deliver the SNF9 presidential address on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The honorable ministers here present, the members of the diplomatic and consular corps here present, Professor Jibril Fall, Director of GK Partners, Madam Sidi Jallow, Diaspora Keynote Speaker, the representative of IOM, senior civil servants here present, members of the diaspora, the media, the police band, religious and community leaders, all other protocols duly and respectfully observed. I want to take this opportunity to deliver the statement on behalf of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, who was supposed to be here with you, but due to other engagements, he has asked me to represent him. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the 13th January 2018, as we approach the 4th anniversary of the end of dictatorship in our beloved country, I had the honor of inaugurating the first Stake in the Nation Forum. Since then, this forum has matured into a national institution that strengthens policy engagement, deepens diaspora, homeland collaboration, and supports national development through practical and innovative action. While the initial excitement of democratic transition may have settled, the duty of nation building remains a permanent obligation. The Stake in the Nation Forum continues to offer timely insights and practical solutions to our national challenges, especially those relating to economic transformation, inclusion, and sustainable development. I therefore feel honored to deliver this statement at the 9th edition of this very important forum. Let me, without reservation, congratulate Professor Jibril Fall, GK Partners, and all institutional partners, diaspora advisors, and volunteers who continue to devote time and expertise to sustain this forum. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year, enhancing participation in the productive sectors, is particularly significant because it directly aligns with the national development priorities outlined in the Gambia's recovery-focused national development plan known as the YIRIWA. The YIRIWA recognizes that sustainable development requires us to accelerate green economic transformation, build resilience, strengthen human capital, and expand employment opportunities, especially for women and youth. The plan prioritizes participation across productive sectors, especially agriculture and fisheries, tourism, manufacturing and value addition services, ICT, and emerging green industries, because these sectors generate jobs, increase incomes, raise exports, and reduce poverty. The government's overarching goal, as articulated in Yirowa, is to achieve a private sector-led growth with enhanced trade services, inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and increased employment. The Stake in the Nation Forum is in many ways a Meet the Diaspora Day, a strategic opportunity to engage with our diaspora as the 8th region of the Gambia and to mobilize skills, resources, networks, and investment for national progress. We acknowledge with deep appreciation that diaspora remittances contributes about $1 billion annually, providing vital foreign exchange and direct support to households and communities. However, beyond remittances, the Yirowa calls for greater emphasis on productive investment, domestic resource mobilization, and innovative financing to fund national development priorities. This is where diaspora participation becomes critical. We have already witnessed encouraging examples of diaspora professionals establishing businesses, expanding services, creating jobs, and supporting agriculture and food production. I therefore encourage you to intensify your engagement not only as supporters, but as investors, producers, innovators, exporters, and employers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to enhance broad participation in productive sectors, government is implementing key Yirowa priorities aimed at removing barriers to investment and expanding opportunities. Under the Yirowa, government has committed to promoting a more favorable environment for business operations by improving business registration, reducing time and cost burdens, and strengthening the effectiveness of a single window registry. We recognize that investing and operating a business must be easier, faster, and more affordable, especially for SMEs, diaspora investors, women entrepreneurs, and youth-led enterprises. Participation in production is impossible without access to finance. The Yirowa prioritizes enhancing financial inclusion and strengthening financial mechanisms for SMEs and productive sectors. In agriculture and fisheries, the plan notes that commercial banks allocate less than 5% of their lending portfolio to the sector, and that financial products are often short-term and unsuitable for agribusiness development. To address this, Yirowa proposes innovative financing approaches, including specialized agricultural financing mechanisms and stronger long-term instruments, such as capital market reforms and green bonds. The Yirowa commits government to promoting industrialization through the development of acropolis, industrial parks, and special economic zones to stimulate value addition, manufacturing, exports, and employment creation. This is central to shifting our economy away from dependence on raw commodity exports and low-value activities. Government is committed to revitalizing agriculture and natural resources through reforms and innovative programs aimed at achieving modern, productive, and sustainable agriculture for food and nutrition security, a vibrant fisheries and aquaculture sector contributing to growth and employment, sustainable resource management, and climate resilience. The plan also recognizes that a productive agriculture and fisheries sector requires strengthening enabling conditions such as private financing, land management, water utilization, and energy supply. No productive transformation is possible without skilled human capital. The Yirowa therefore commits to giving a strategic boost to technical and vocational education and training to build skills and economic transformation and create jobs for the youth. The plan also recommends measures such as strengthening apprenticeships and internships, aligning curricula with industry needs, operationalizing National Youth Service, supporting women and persons with disabilities in skills development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we remain deeply concerned about the tragic loss of young Gambians through irregular migration. These dangerous journeys devastate families and weaken our national future. Government is treating irregular migration as an emergency, combining security responses with long-term economic solutions. The most suitable solution is to expand decent jobs and profitable livelihoods, especially through productive sector growth and youth entrepreneurship. In this regard, the Yiriwa identifies youth entrepreneurship and employment opportunities in agriculture, fisheries, technology, and innovation as key pathways to curb migration pressures. Every year, more diaspora professionals return to contribute expertise to national institutions, reflecting growing confidence in the governance and reform agenda of our country. Diaspora expertise fills skills gaps, strengthening public sector performance, and build networks that can unlock partnerships for investment, trade, and development. I therefore encourage diaspora professionals to deepen their involvement not only in public service, but also in productive initiatives that create wealth and employment across the country. Last year, I stated that government will work with GK partners to optimize outcomes from global initiatives on financing for development. I am pleased that the Gambia continues to contribute to innovative financing mechanisms such as Remit Aid, which promotes structured diaspora-linked finance to support sustainable development and productive investment. This aligns with the Yiriwa's recognition that we must strengthen domestic resource mobilization and adopt innovative financing approaches to implement our national priorities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Yiriwa calls on citizens at home and abroad and all partners to collaborate with government to mobilize resources and ensure effective implementation of the plan, which will boost competitiveness, growth, and poverty reduction. Enhancing participation in the productive sectors is therefore not an optional agenda. It is the pathway to transforming our economy, expanding jobs, improving livelihoods, strengthening resilience, and securing prosperity for all. It is now my delight to officially declare the 9th State in the Nation Forum formally open. I wish you fruitful deliberation and look forward to the 10th edition on 9 January 2027 by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Happy New Year, and thank you for your kind attention.
Your Excellency, we thank you for delivering the statement and for launching the Biribiri initiative. Kindly convey to the President the thanks and gratitude of GK partners and the MSDG project for the continued cooperation and support. Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, here in the Sadauda Kairaba Jawara Conference Center and those watching online. We have now come to the end of the opening session of the 9th State in the Nation Forum. We are pleased to invite everyone in the hall for lunch. Students, please use the designated spaces as directed by the ushers. The lines may be long, but there is enough time for everyone to get their meals. Take time to visit the marketplace and the stands during this longer lunch break. The Vice President with the two opening panelists and ministers will now have their official photo. Can the photographers please help with that? Here. Can we please stay in the hall? The event is not yet over. Please, kindly remain seated. Thank you. Police van, you can go ahead.
Just, can we get the mic? Thank you. Thank you very much. We're about to leave to get the official photo, but the Vice President wants to clarify something about the launching of the project. It has not yet been launched.
Thank you very much, Professor Fall. I think we realize that here we have launched the SNF9, but we have not launched the Biri project. So that's why I say we need to come back and actually do that, because I think we have the family, and I think with the permission of Mr. Nyai also, in launching that, I think we have been talking about Biri, but I think we need to talk about his father also, because his father was his number one supporter, because his brother here is also a professional footballer. So really, I think we want to apologize and also take the opportunity to officially launch the Biri project. I think a lot has been discussed of that. We want to thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's not yet over. We still have something left. So once I declare it over, then it's over. Yeah, I'll join you guys. Okay. Thank you, policeman. Thank you so much. Okay. May we please stand as His Excellency the Vice President leaves the stage. And thank you all so much. That's right.
Strengthen the sectors that we have in the Gambia. During the opening session that we had today, we've heard from respective ministries, civil society about the importance of collaboration and collaboration centering the diaspora. We have a very impressive selection of panelists with us today to discuss just that. And we want to hear from them how different actors, government, private, civil society, and also development partners are working together more intentionally to promote national development in the country. So we want to hear about what's happening in practice. Quickly, my name is Yahya Jammeh, and I work in the intersection of policy, programming, and planning. I am a product of the diaspora. I moved to the Gambia about 4 years ago, born and raised in Denmark, Copenhagen, but really wanted to move back because of the love of country and the love of the Gambia, which we all share. And I think it's really special to me and touching to be in such a forum where we're centering the diaspora and centering this common vision that we have for our country, and really knowing that we collaborate regardless of where we are to make that happen. I will hand it over to Mr. Ambassador Abdoulaye Toure, founder and the president of the Sahel Knowledge Campus think tank, to give us a brief opening remarks to set the agenda and the focus of the session we will have today. Mr. Toure, are you with us? Yes. You can go.
Is this on? Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Tambajang, and distinguished panelists, members of the audience. I see some very familiar faces, and especially those that were in the diaspora and have returned home, and those that were pioneers of industry. Omar Fall is synonymous with tourism as a pioneer. Saul Fraser is also a diasporan returnee, synonymous with global properties and real estate. I see Mr. James Bahum, also here, Mr. Jase of football, and so many other distinguished personalities. I also recognize my good brother, the brother of Biri Biri, Alaji Modunjai. I was just having a conversation, and Biri's mom used to think that Bekai was a better player than Biri Biri. I don't know how that happened. But the dad used to think that Biri was a better player, so there was balance. But on a very serious note, I want to congratulate Professor Fall for this brilliant initiative. And I've always said something very profound, that if Gambia were to compete in the Olympics on policy initiatives, we will certainly win a gold medal. But if we were to compete in policy implementation, I don't think we will qualify. And I say that deliberately and purposefully, because if you look at all the development programs, agendas, and Alma Mital is here to bear me witness, all the World Bank programs, all the IMF programs in the world, across Africa, were pioneered in the Gambia. But unfortunately, when it comes to implementation and sustained implementation, we have a lot to do. So I was very pleased when Professor Fall Gibril sent me a message that he wanted me to talk about innovation and for action. Innovation for action. And my mantra is that economic development favors the bold and the swift in action. Economic development and transformation favors the bold and swift in action. And I posit this on 3 parameters. Gambia got independence in 1965. In February 65, Singapore got independence in April 65. In 1965, believe you me, Gambia's per capita GDP was higher than that of Singapore. Fast forward to 1980. 1980, Hong Kong was being handed back to China. And that's what gave Dubai, or UAE, the opportunity to transform Dubai into what it is today. And in 1992, I was hired by the World Bank, and we did a consultancy on the Trade Gateway project, which was meant to transform the Gambia into the gateway for Africa. And we did this study together with Dubai, Jebel Ali Free Zone as partners, and they wanted all the basic industries to move to Gambia. The study is available, but has not been implemented. Fast forward to 1994. Three very important things happened in 1994. We had the death of democracy in the Gambia when we had a coup d'etat, bloodless coup d'etat, quote unquote. We had the release of Nelson Mandela from South Africa. Then we had genocide in Rwanda in 1994. If you look at the economic statistics, Gambia was more developed than Rwanda in 1994. 1994 to date is 21 years or 26 years. Today, Rwanda is far more developed than Gambia. What has changed is the fact that we do not take action. We do not implement. Before 1994, most African countries used to come to the Gambia on study tours. Today, I see Gambians going to Guinea-Bissau on study tour. I see Gambians going to Sierra Leone on study tours. I cannot understand. And there is a very profound study done by Pew Research, which is a think tank in the United States. And it says that Gambia has two biggest exports. And what are those exports? Highly trained and talented Gambians are going the front way, and highly unskilled Gambians are going the back way. That's not me saying it, that's Pew Research. So if I go to the African Development Bank today, they have 15 directorships, and 5 of those directorships are positions held by Gambians. You go to the Islamic Development Bank, it's the same. You go to the World Bank, it's the same. You go to the United States, I've had the opportunity of going to the Microsoft campus, and we had about 4 Gambians in the Microsoft campus. We have Amran Gay, who has just returned. He was headhunted by Google to go and work in Canada, and is a top-notch engineer on AI, artificial intelligence. So what am I saying? Gambians are highly talented, highly motivated, but highly underutilized. And the reason is very simple. I always challenge myself and say, name me one Gambian-owned indigenous enterprise that is as old as Gambia's independence. There is no Gambian enterprise that is as old as Gambia's independence. When we were growing up, those who were born before independence, we used to know the Alaji Musanjai, the Musanjai and Sons, the Sankung Sila enterprise, and so on and so forth. They no longer exist. During that period, if anybody got sick in Senegal, they will come to Gambia for treatment. We had Dr. Oldfield, Dr. Plain, Dr. Ndao, Dr. Samba. Today, if any Gambian gets sick, he goes to Senegal. If you go to Senegal, the most celebrated footballer is Biri Biri. And, you know, one of the Senegal's major sporting actors, journalists, Diaw, made a documentary. And he basically made a documentary without coming to Gambia, and he said something very profound. He said, Gambia will never qualify for the African Nations Cup unless and until we begin to celebrate Biri Biri. And immediately Biri Biri passed, unfortunately, and we celebrated him at death. Then that was the time we qualified on 2 successive occasions for the African Nations Cup. What is that saying? That we need to celebrate our people when they are alive. There is an African proverb that says, a village without elders is like a well without water. A village without elders is like a well without water. Gambia has abundant resources, but we don't utilize it. What used to happen, we need to reclaim that glory. We are now in an age of artificial intelligence. We need to leapfrog the development cycle. We need to move from projects to value chain projects. Everything about Gambia is project and every company in Gambia is owned by 3 shareholders, me, myself, and I. That is not sustainable. So we need to start corporatizing our entities. We have a stock exchange, and it's not functional as we speak. Now, we are very passionate about sports and the Biri Biri initiative. And what we are saying is very, very simple. Let us actualize this. We cannot continue to go out asking for handouts. The diaspora, the figures we got this morning, was $800 million. $800 million, that's almost $1 billion. Gambia's total GDP is $2 billion. So the diaspora is contributing $1 billion. We had the story of Madam Jallo about the dialysis project. I can give you my examples. We went on our own accord, myself and Dalinjai and the American Chamber of Commerce, Safi Job and others. We went to the United States. Sol Fraser was our chief patron. We went to Atlanta and organized the diaspora in Atlanta. They came from all corners. Big meeting, the hall was full. All Gambians were energized. We left Atlanta, went to Maryland, BWI Airport. From there, we went to Norfolk Airport. From there, we went to Miami Airport. And what were you doing? Trying to bring flights into Banjul. And believe you me, when we went to Miami, the Director General of Miami International Airport held my hand and said, Mr. Toure, I have the video. We, as Miami International Airport, we want to fly into Gambia because we don't have any flights into sub-Saharan Africa. We only have one flight out of Africa, and that is to Morocco. But the Gambia tourism, and I'm happy that Aidanjai, the new Director General, is here. He said Gambia's tourism will thrive by leaps and bounds because everybody wants to get into heritage tourism. And Kunta Kinte emanated from Gambia. And the biggest African population outside of Africa is in South America and the Caribbean. But if you tell them that you have to visit Gambia, and the question is how long does it take? You tell them you have to fly from Miami to Washington, Washington to Brussels, Brussels to Banjul, 24 hours, they say goodbye. Miami to Banjul is a 7-hour flight. And what he told me was, we will do the feasibility study for you, and we will get the airline for you to fly to Banjul. That will have been a game changer. We convinced the government, they gave us 2 ministers, and the entire crew of the senior management of civil aviation went with us on 2 occasions. We are private people, we are not paid per diem. So we want our own expense because of commitment and conviction. It is still flying in the air. So that will have been a game changer. The point is we need to implement opportunities. In life, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. Fast forward, at our own expense, we went to India, India-Africa conclave. Government has done a study about the free zone. The Indian government said, here is 100 million for you to actualize the free zone. And the only way you can mop up unemployment is by 3 sectors. And if anybody tells you otherwise, tell him you are not, it's not right. Establish state-of-the-art sports facilities. You heard how Biri got to be 1901. It was not by design. It was by design from that end because European teams used to come to Gambia during the winter months for practice. That was where we had Didmomatul, Dag Date at Senegambia Hotel. They used to come and lodge there and play their games at the stadium. Today, we don't have a stadium that is fit for purpose. If we were given the opportunity, and I've discussed it with Mr. Jase and Kababajo, we do a PPP. The diaspora, every diasporan will contribute $200, not as a gift, but as investors. And we will build a stadium within 1 year and name it after Biri Biri. If we do, and this is the takeaway I'm giving you, if you give us that opportunity, Al-Mamital is here. He's a lawyer, but he's also a PPP expert and a legal luminary. He will do the Memorandum of Articles of Association. We establish the Biri Biri National Stadium, state of the art, In partnership with the Gambian private sector, government will take a minority share, Football Association will come in as a strategic partner, and I can assure you that before next year this time, that stadium will be inaugurated. And I say this without any fear of contradiction. Secondly, if the GT board were to give us land, we'll establish a sports city in the TDA. So Fraser has been talking about this. When you have a sports city, the only way you can promote tourism is through sports. Golf, football, tennis, volleyball. People will come because you have a youthful population. The only way to engage a youthful population is through sports. And then they become productive, and sports, as one of the footballers said, is the biggest business in the world. You go to the United States, they don't have a Ministry of Sports. And all these sports facilities in the United States are established and built by corporations. Second thing is establish special economic zones. We have the Africa Free Trade Union. What are we in a position to export? What do we produce? You have to produce to be able to export. So export is a function of production. Basic economics. We don't produce. What are we producing? We are still going to trade fairs with artisanal products. Our fisheries resources used to be fish coconades, brand was NPE. We used to export the best fish and shrimps to Europe. We used to export mangoes, aubergines, okra to Europe. Today we don't. You don't have a direct flight coming to Gambia. A friend of mine's wife, whose name is Khadijatu, said to me, you cannot come to Gambia without going through Brussels, Morocco, Turkey, or Senegal. Is that something we are happy with? The best brains are here. So the issue is, let us do action, special economic zones, special agricultural zones. And an Indian friend of mine has been coming to Gambia, and he told me something very clearly. He said, Mr. Toure, Gambia cannot develop. I said, why? Because he said, you are still eating your raw products raw. You eat your mangoes raw, you eat your pineapple raw, you eat your watermelon raw, you eat your groundnuts raw. Let us add value and value addition, and let us start to implement. See, Usain Bolt is the fastest runner in the world. He does the 100 meters in 9.4 seconds. That's as solo, he does it in 9.4. But when he works together as a team, he does it in 9 seconds. What does that mean? We are all energized. Let us try to synergize. You see, when you say 1 + 1, 2 + 2, 3 + 3, 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4, 3 + 3 is 6. But 3 + 6, 3 times 3 is not 6. What is 3 times 3? 9. 4 times 4, 16. So we have a very simple model to create jobs. We call it the power of 10. Train, empower, network. If I train Bekai and get him into a round table, he will train 10 other people. That's 1 to the power of 10. Those 10 will train another 1 to 10. 10 times 10 is 100. 100 times 10 is 1,000. 1,000 times 10, you get to 100,000 jobs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Toure, for the thought-provoking contributions. My key takeaway is we are energized, let us synergize, and I think that's very much to what we want to discuss today. How do we collaborate across sectors towards that one common goal that we've had? You've given us a very good historic context of what we've done in the Gambia, and one key takeaway that I also had during the opening is that we talked about revitalizing. We're not reinventing the wheel. There are so many initiatives that are already happening in the country. We sometimes work in silos, but how do we collaborate so that we can really see the impact of the contributions that we're making? We are a country that has great policies. We're a country that has great brains. So there's a bit of a misalignment towards where we are now, and I think we really need to push things forward. I'm very happy to see a lot of young people here. We know that we're a very youthful population, and all of you young people that are here today are going to be very much part of pushing that agenda forward, which is also why today during this panel discussion, we just don't want you guys to listen to what we're saying, but we also very much want you to come with your contributions, with your ideas, with your questions, because together we can use that energy to synergize better, as Ambassador has rightfully said. We will move on to the panel discussion now. I will allow each panelist to take 2 minutes to introduce yourself, briefly your name, your organization, and the type of work that you do.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Priscilla Dunn. I'm the founder and executive director for Girls for the Future Foundation. Thank you. Good day, everybody. My name is Fatumata Diallo. I am from the Civil Service University, and I am the rapporteur. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as you can see, we have quite a diverse members of this panel discussion, and I think that would also very much reflect in the discussions that we have today. I'm going to start with a question that I would like you all to answer, 2 to 3 minutes. And it's really centered around innovation. So from the seats that you sit in, what is one innovation, whether it's a project or approach that you see today that is genuinely strengthening the productive sectors in the Gambia that you find yourselves in? We will start with you, Madam Ade. Thank you very much. So, first of all, like I said, I am with the Belgian Agency for International Cooperation, and we are implementing an EU-funded project. It's called the Boosting Gambian Talents Project. And, you know, I think I want to start my intervention from where I go to the left of, using the 10 strategy. And it's basically what the Boosting Gambian Talent is doing, training, empowering, and networking. It is a project that is going to be in the Gambia for the next 48 months, and it is going to empower young people and entrepreneurs with capacity building, with training, support, empowerment support for not only entrepreneurs but for business support organizations as well. So we are going to be doing interventions both at the micro level, so what we call individual entrepreneurs that will be assisting with training, support, financial support, but most importantly, to complete the 10 is the networking. So this project was initiated because of an economic mission that came to the Gambia from Belgium, and it came twice, and we were able to see the power of networking and creating linkages between the private sector of the Gambia and other countries. And the European Union funded this project because the local businesses in the Gambia would benefit from what we call short-term entrepreneur mobility schemes, where we facilitate business missions for the local businesses in the Gambia to partner with the private sector actors in Belgium, in Europe, because it's an EU-funded project, so this is not only limited to Europe, to Belgium, but actually opening a very important path, which is a legal pathway for migration. But you know, this is mobility, but it's a legal pathway for entrepreneurs who find it extremely difficult to obtain business visas, to visit partner private sector actors in other countries and learn and transfer technology, knowledge, and know-how. But the specific innovation of this project is that we are not only focusing on the North-South mobilities for entrepreneurs, we are going to be boosting South-South mobilities, helping the Gambian entrepreneurs to connect with the private sector in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire, where this Boosting Gambian Talents project, sister projects were implemented. So we are talking innovation in terms of looking at 5 productive sectors of the economy in the Gambia. The project is focusing on agribusiness, on green and circular economy, cultural and creative industries, and construction. Why? Because we want to explore the job creation potential of these sectors. We have just launched a consultancy study with SMD Policy Management Group, who are going to look at these 5 sectors, looking at their market size, the growth potential, looking at the barriers to employment for young people and women who are a core,
beneficiary group of this project. But also, most importantly for the students of the university who are here, is that the consultancy will look at linkages with higher education, higher institutions of learning with these 5 economic sectors. So if somebody studies agribusiness from the University of the Gambia or any other university, be it, USET, for example, for construction, what are the barriers to accessing decent jobs in the private sector of these, within these productive sectors of the economy? And how can, through the Boosting Gambian Talents project, we help to shrink, that connectivity gap by creating accessibility for the graduates to have access to jobs within those private sector markets, by probably giving incentives to the private sector actors within these sectors. So just not to speak too much, but just to give you an idea of some of the interventions that we are going to be doing under the Boosting Gambian Talents project. The diaspora is an important element of this project. Why? Because like Uncle Bax mentioned, the diaspora is highly skilled. The Gambian diaspora is highly skilled. And I always say that sometimes we focus on the high-skilled diaspora, but also those in the blue-collar, jobs, they have a lot to share, and most of them are eager to share. We are targeting members of the diaspora who are coming back to share their skills or expertise, but we're also creating connectivity between the diaspora associations in Europe. So we're focusing on Belgium, Netherlands, and Luxembourg, the Benelux, plus Germany, to see how to connect them both to private sectors actors in the Gambia at the local level as well. We'll be working with GCCI, who was, I would say, a recipient of a direct grant under this project. We'll be working with NACUC to create a post-mobility impact fund, so supporting the entrepreneurs on these business missions to establish partnerships. And my boss would always say partnerships that create value, partnerships that add value to the local businesses. And post-mobility, we provide them with an impact fund to help them scale up their businesses. So basically, Annabelle is going to be intervening in these sectors. If you notice, I say it's going to be because the project was just launched in October, and we're in the phase of setting up our strategy for 2026. So that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will pass it on to you and Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. I will be speaking from the perspective of Girls for the Future Foundation, working in partnership with the Diaspora Development Fund and Sponsor Gambian Girl. Our focus has been working with young girls and women, and our innovation, basically, it's more focused on creating safe spaces for young girls to thrive and be who they want to be, irrespective of their backgrounds. And through this project, we were able to train young girls in entrepreneurship livelihood skills, and they were targeted skills that were food processing, soap making, handmade crafts, where they made Ankara slippers, they made jewelries, and we also did tie and dye. So these girls were trained by female entrepreneurs that were doing phenomenal work in their areas of intervention. And they did not only just train the girls, they also mentored them, which was one of the gaps that we know is available. Is present in the lives of most of the girls, because some of the girls that we have presently are within the ages of early 20s going to their mid 20s, and these girls are inexperienced in businesses, and we wanted something that is sustainable for them, and then make sure that whatever they are doing, they do it well. So they had the opportunity to learn and experience what these female entrepreneurs were doing, and we made sure that they were able to do all the 4 areas that we taught them, so that at the end of the day, they decide which one was their best, what were they able to do at the end of the training. So for us, that was the action that we took to give them a start up at the end of the training, because just learning the skill and not being able to do well in community and be still unemployed was not the idea for us. We wanted them to be able to be economically empowered in their communities and gain self-esteem and gain respect in their communities. So we gave them that opportunity, and we're happy that some of the girls are really right now employed and they're into business. And one in particular, is actually making food processing in Churaigerte, in Arau, and also in Chakri. And this person was able to actually take her products to Italy. But unfortunately, it didn't last long because one of the capacity gap was that there are standards that need to be required to take your products in an outside country. And also, for her challenge personally back home was she made the products, but she wasn't able to sell it. So there was also a gap that marketing her products well. She tried online, was not too successful for her. So we still, even though we had trained them in those areas, there are still gaps that are available for them that we need to be able to improve on so that they can be really sustainable. We had another one that was actually supplying soaps to Tamala and Bakadaji. She started doing that, but they requested for groundnut pastes or soaps, and she couldn't meet the capacity of it, and because she didn't have access to more capital for the bulk and to meet the demands of the hotels. So unfortunately for her also, she needs to now start looking for more access to finance so that she can be able to meet those demands. So the girls are actually doing well, and they are very hardworking. It's not like they don't want to do the work. The opportunities are still lacking, and that's where we have a lot of gaps for them. And the gaps are the access to finance and equipment. And we also know that their packaging to add value to their products, the packaging in Gambia is very expensive. And when they want to order online, the minimum orders are always too high for small businesses like them because they are young, they're inexperienced, but they want to do better for themselves. They want to be financially independent. So these gaps are still available for them. And then we are trying to look at partners that can help them grow so that they can add value to the economy. And we should be proud of the work that they're doing so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And a key thing that you mentioned, which also ties very much into what Ambassador Toure had talked about, is that how do we go beyond having projects to strengthening the value chain so that we can ensure that folks can succeed outside of projects. We have seen it, we have so many trainings that happen every year, training entrepreneurs, training women, access to finance, and all of these things. And when they're in enabling environments where we give them the resources and the mentorship and the tools, and they're able to exceed, but when you take them out of it, they're not, because they have to confront the reality. And the reality is that the structure that we have is not really a place in which they can thrive. So it will be very interesting to hear from you also later on, Priscilla, and some of those lessons and how we can mitigate it. But I'll pass the mic over to you for me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, moderator. Let me just adjust my chair. Once again, good afternoon to you all. My name is Afole Sanya. I represent the financial cooperative sector, which in our own terms is the credit unions. Credit unions are financial cooperatives. NACOB was established, if I just want to give a brief history, in 1992 to be the apex of financial cooperatives in this country. We currently have 51 financial cooperatives in this country, and the membership is around 125,000 all across this country. But as a strategy, when we move forward, is that we have realized that some of our members, and I'm glad I have in this panel some of our partners, Annabelle and ITC, that we'll be working with, is that some of our members who want to become entrepreneurs, and this is a strategy that we have now developed, and we want to make sure we give priority to our members who want to become entrepreneurs. But when we did an assessment, it became apparent that some of them lacked the basic business strategy that they needed to develop. So now, as a strategy, we have developed a unit that will target these members to develop and capacitize them, increase their capacity in business management. Because we have realized the basic financial management is lacking. If you go to the rural areas, these women who are in the agricultural sector, they are very hardworking, but they needed some guidance as to how best to manage the little resources they have. Some of these ladies also have difficulty accessing finance. So we came to realize that we need to create a pathway for these members so that they can have access to finance to reinvest in these businesses that they are doing. So as a strategy within our apex, this is what we will be working on in 2026, as we have done in 2025. The whole objective here is to make sure at the grassroots level, we make sure that there is access to finance. But of course, as in any financial cooperative, for you to benefit from any of these activities, you first have to become a member of a financial cooperative. Because you cannot benefit from anything a credit union does if you are not a member. So again, but as a strategy from across the country, that's what we were doing. And currently we are implementing one of the projects with the World Food Program, which also is the same strategy within the rural areas. But they are specifically targeting the CRR South, CRR North, and the URR, which also our assessment have indicated there are women that needed support. And equally, we are also targeting the youthful population so that we try to turn the tide on this backway syndrome. We have also worked with partners in that area, and we have successfully have people who tried to go to the backway, who actually came back, but were able to be trained and they now have their own businesses, and even not only their own businesses, but are employing other youths in this country. So we want to also expand on that activity as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fode. I'll pass it over to you, Mr. Chan. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. I'm Swaibo again. Just a brief on what ITC does in the Gambia. ITC, for information, is a UN agency, both WTO and the UN. We mostly focus on trade development in developing countries or small island countries. ITC's operation in the Gambia since 2017, mostly funded by European Union. Programs that we intervene in are, we have three forms of intervention or support in the country. One is technical assistance to the Gambia government in terms of developing policies, in terms of financing policies, implementation of policies. Recently, we are working with Ministry of Gender for the gender responsive public procurement policy, which is at, I believe is awaiting to be presented to the cabinet. And we are working on to develop the framework for implementation and monitor on this implementation. Over the years, ITC has implemented or supported the development of different policies related to MSME development. Uncle Bucks is one of our key partners in terms of MSME development. From our time of Empretech and to date, we thank and appreciate your leadership and support that you continue to give. At ecosystem level or at the business development level, we have three forms of intervention. One is working with the business support organizations where Mr. Sanyan, the NACUCs, the GAIPAS, the GCCIs, the NEDIS all fall under. And in that we have two forms of intervention. We provide capacity enhancement for the institutions because if at the end of the day, all these institutions are supporting private businesses, but they have their gaps, they have their challenges, and if you want them to implement a program to support in terms of supporting MSMEs or businesses, and they lack those kind of capacities, you also have to step in to support. So ITC over the years has worked with institutions to support their capacities, to build their capacities, to enhance program deliveries based on their mandate. And then at operational level also we do support with equipment, with infrastructure. The recent one we did is the one-stop business center in Farafenye, which was handed over to GAIPA, is to able to enhance decentralization of business support in the country. So the center is in Farafenye where small businesses can walk in, have information about taxation, business registration, and the name goes on. So these are the two kind of support we do at institutional level. At MSME level, we have a support program for MSMEs, both entrepreneurship and livelihood. So for the entrepreneurship component, over the years in consultation and collaboration with stakeholder players, the BSOs, the business support organizations, we were able to develop a framework called Andandor. It's a wall of what I believe is partnership, we're going together. Andandor is anchored on three pillars. One is capacity building for MSMEs, two is access to market, and three is access to finance. So for the access to capacity build element, we provide different forms of entrepreneurship training, the Empretech, the SIYBs, the name goes on. And then in terms of market access, of course you train individuals like Priscilla mentioned earlier, you know, we need to expose them to markets. We need to expose them to both local and international market. So at our end, we support significantly in terms of trade fair participation, And when we say support, it's not limited to the tangible goods only. We support people with skills, we support people with ideas. This year we were able to, through the EU funding, we were able to support a Gambian musician to partake at the Yaram Festival, if that is, yeah, in Mariam Cham, a young Gambian upcoming, well, she's not upcoming, I believe she's an established artist. So we are looking at continuing this support. This year we're planning to support about 12 businesses to participate in international activities, both musical events, and the list goes on. So the access to finance element, we were able to, over the years, develop a very strong strategic partnership with NACOC. Mr. Sanyan, thanks for the leadership, thanks for the support, and thanks for the partnership, where we provide different forms of financing support to MSMEs, both that are in the program and that is open to the public. And that support will continue this year also in this current project. Then in skill component, we've been able to introduce short-term skill trainings, because at the end of the day, projects are short-term. We are time-bound, and we cannot be embarking on programs or skill programs that are 1 year, 2 years, and the like. So we were able to support what we call apprenticeship program through master craftsmen. We were able to innovatively work with some skill training institutions like the GTTI, the Starling Consortium, the Yenjoros, the list goes on, whereby we provide short-term training programs for young Gambians on livelihood skills like tailoring, brick making, soap making, the list goes on. And at the end of the day, select hardworking ones among them are provided with startup capital, because we know the challenge with access to finance for small businesses. I have no qualm with the banks, because the banks also have to protect the interests of their customers. But at the end of the day, we have to be innovative in how we provide support to small business in the country, because a small business, a micro, medium enterprise cannot compete with Sol Fraser. If Sol goes to the bank, Sol is established. Sol's history or Sol's evidence is everywhere. But if a small business like the one Priscilla support walks to the bank, there are a lot of questions that she needs to answer. So for that reason, we need to be innovative in how we support small businesses, especially access to finance. Financing is key. I mean, all the time when we talk about how you've trained us a lot, now we need to be practical. We have our limitations, we have our gaps. So for that reason, we are calling on government to be serious about providing support to small businesses. Let us not be politically anchored support. Because these businesses, I remember 10 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago, I had a conversation with Aruna. It's like Swivel. You know, this empathic you guys are doing, you don't see the impact now. Give yourself 10, 5 years time. And we've seen the impact, but still there are gaps. And projects cannot, you know, fill all those gaps. So in a way, we also have to come together to be innovative, to see how best we collaborate. Gambia, I think one major challenge is, like Uncle Bax mentioned earlier, Ma Mom Lee. It's a syndrome that we need to graduate from. We need to partner, we need to collaborate. One man cannot do it all. Usain Bolt, 9-point-something second alone. Him with groups, 9 seconds. So please, let's collaborate, let's work together. If you have a contract from Bakadaji and you cannot do it alone, I believe there are thousands of people doing similar businesses in your cohort or in your trade area. Reach out, collaborate. You'll be surprised how results will be when we work together. So in that reason, ITC is also working closely to see how best we build capacities of businesses to think, not to think like an island, but to think in a collaborative and in a partnership way. So we have a lot of programs oncoming, and in terms of partnership and collaboration, we collaborate with a different spectrum of businesses, spectrum of organizations, both government and private. I can gladly report that we're working with EU. EU is our biggest funder, but again, recently we were able to sign or come into partnership with the Waka project, and we are about to implement another project. So ITC is in the lookout. We partner with different entities, IOM, UNDP, and the list goes on. So for that reason, we will employ our small businesses in the hall and outside the hall also to learn how to collaborate, because collaboration yields results. Thank you all.
Thank you very much for those powerful contributions. Last but not least, Mr. Kessa. Mr. Ndao. Apologies.
It's all right. Thank you very much once again, and you know, we are most obliged to be part of this discussion, the forum of enhancing participation in the productive sector.
Now, as bankers, as you know, we what we call financial intermediaries. We take money from one hand and we lend on the other hand. Now, you have to satisfy both sides of the divide. Now, as bankers, we listen to the previous speakers and we are reassured because they are all our partners. The latter part of last year, we had our bankers' dinner, and then we sat down to engage our partners and to brief them on what is coming up this year. So the year is already looking good. As I said, we've been very much active at the retail end because what we have in the Gambia is mostly commercial banks. Now, lately, our regulators have come up with the idea of increasing the share capital of banks from 200 million to 500 million at the moment. Now, looking at 11 banks in the country, we're looking at least a new injection of almost $3 billion. Now, that's a lot of money, and then that money is just meant not to be just sitting there. So we're looking at big transactions, big ticket transactions this coming year. We wouldn't mind even syndications to book transactions. We've seen the property market, coming up very well in Gambia. Monies need to be financed. Now, most property developers will look elsewhere further afield to finance some of those projects. Why would not we invest that or to finance that locally? That would be good for everybody. We're looking at that. We've seen the fintech companies come in, mobile monies, and some of those things which are also helping very much to give us that reach, because most of them are also customers. We've heard Mr. Ture talk about synergies. We want to synergize those things so that we can really work together on these things. So these are the things that we are looking at. We've had financing of women and girls. The association also is involved with WEF, the Women Finance Association. Also, agricultural lending is something that the government is looking very much on. We are also involved with Gamisal, who is also trying to help on that side, because they also have problem of capitalization and so on and so on. So these are the things that the banks are looking at, and we are very happy to be here. And as I said, we stretch our hands to everybody so that we can have a good year coming in. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So I have one question for you all, and we'll try to make it as succinct as possible, 2 to 3 minutes. I know we have a talkative bunch, and there's so much that we can speak on this topic. But a major challenge that I have observed in a product of the diaspora, as I mentioned, being born to parents, being born in Denmark to Gambia, parents and now also haven't moved back, but my parents still been in Denmark, is that I've become a little champion of the diaspora in Denmark, where every auntie calls me and says, Aisha, what can we do back home? We want to move back home. We don't want to work anymore. And that's a Gambian dream in the diaspora. There's always the hope of we're going to come back home, we're going to contribute, and they are actively contributing. But how can they contribute beyond remittance? I recently was part of a Nordic Diaspora Roundtable in Copenhagen in November, where we gathered Africans across the Nordics to speak about this, particularly second-generation diasporans like myself who are contributing differently. Remittance in the Gambia is going to change. This is a reality. The Gambia right now is one of the most giving countries when it comes to the diaspora and the remittance that they give, but this will change. Economically, in the global north, we know what's happening, and also my generation do not have the same attachment and sentiment towards giving remittance emotionally based. It's more practically. Impact is what they're very interested in. How will I benefit from it, and how will the people that I'm also giving this money to benefit from it from a sustainability perspective? So from the respective sectors that you guys find yourselves in, whether it comes to the diaspora, you mentioned that you had a project where you're working with women and girls, with financing. How can the diaspora contribute towards the PPP that Mr. Ture was talking about, that can actually benefit them so that they can finally come back home in Buganyibi? We can see more of that happening, and also in a way in which Gambians, the university students that are here, the SMEs, the Solfrezas of the world can also benefit from that, so we can have one day the amazing stadium and boost many sectors, because a lot of what we're doing intersects. And we can see that you're all sitting in different tables and seats in the respective work that you do. And even from the opening discussion that we had this morning, we see that the work that we do, particularly in the Gambia, because we are so small, it's all overlapping, and I think it's really looking at how we can center our secret weapon, which is the diaspora, in a way in which they can benefit in a more sustainable and impactful way for us all. So I'll allow Yunde to give me 2 to 3 minutes. Please, thank you.
You've taken an interesting topic and asked me to limit myself to 2 minutes. But it's interesting because during the lunch, Ida Jammeh, the new director of the tourism, we were on the same lunch table, and we spoke about the attitudes and habits of second-generation Gambians and coming back home and investing, and that is basically what we're talking about. But the sense is that it's not only Gambians who say Damasona Damabuganyibi. It's the Gambians who are still there but want to invest back home. But I can tell you that a lot of them have a lot of challenges. When you speak to a lot of the members of the Diaspora Association, they'll tell you we really want to invest, but the challenge is there. The innovative what's it called, strategy that Enabel is coming up with in the Gambia, but has been implemented in other partner countries where the Belgian agency has implemented this project, is really implementing what we call the territorialization, the localization of the diaspora engagement strategies. Because we realize that in many of the countries, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministries of Foreign Affairs have a diaspora engagement strategy, but it stays at that level. How do we localize that at the level of the municipalities, at the regional governments and communities, where they have an active diaspora engagement strategy to draw in diaspora investments, to invest in local businesses? And that's one of the things that we will be testing in the Gambia. We'll be working with the GCCI. We spoke in one of our engagements about preparing, packaging and presenting local businesses to be, to be open for diaspora investments. It would work better if those investments, or those sectors, right, that would be set up, by the municipalities. So I had a discussion with one of the municipality representatives a couple of weeks ago, and he was talking about the municipality drawing in investment for low-cost housing within the municipality. And my response was, whatever the sector that you want to draw in diaspora investments within your municipality, it is in your hands to decide what sectors would create jobs, what sectors would bring in investments. And if you have 3-4 sectors per municipality that you prioritize, and you specifically work with development partners, with government, to make those sectors attractive enough for diaspora investments, it makes a change for local development. And for us at Enabel, this is one of the ways that we intend to localize the diaspora engagement strategies, of course working with the Directorate of Madam Numbe of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So very important that I'll limit myself to that, but just to give you an idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask a follow-up question to you, Ms. Priscilla. So she's talked about, Maranda has talked about the diaspora really being a catalyst or very much an investor in promoting SMEs in the Gambia. One of the things that you also talked about was, we can get to the point in the value chain where we have the packaging, we're selling in the Gambia. You talked about the chura again, I believe there was the chakri as well. But then when you were competing in the international market, we weren't able to pass very basic, in that context, regulatory rules. What role can the diaspora then also play to ensure that the Gambian SMEs that they would want to invest for can not only compete in the Gambia, but in the sub-region and then also internationally? Thank you.
So the diaspora plays a very important role in the lives of Gambians and the diaspora, and we'll be looking more of investment in skill transfer and mentorship. These are key vital things that can empower these girls that we work with, in the sense that it is not charity, it's like partnership, because that the relationship lasts longer and is more beneficiary for both sides. We have a lot of skilled experts in the diaspora, and they're used to certain standards and skills because they've been exposed to the outside world. And for us that are here, we don't have such exposure, but having this link with them is an opportunity for them to learn best practices so that they can meet the standards. And it's for also an investor just to say, okay, I want to invest in your business, but just not bring the money, but bring telling me the truth about my product, give me critics, positive criticism so that I can improve on it, so that it reaches to the standard wherein you can actually take it from me, take it and link me to the international market so that I can be able to sell my product comfortably with the right standard that I need. So most of the gaps that are here presently, basically, some of them want to enter into businesses, but they do not know the business world. They have the skill, but it's not just the skill that you need to run successful businesses. You need the bookkeeping, which they will lack. You need the packaging, you need the branding, you need the administration so that you know that you're making profit. You're not just selling and you're not even looking at your books that you're making a profit or your loss. So they need these kind of skill transfer from experts that are seasoned so that we also rise up and meet up the standards that is needed. So the mentorship is important and the investment also is important when you're talking about what the diaspora can gain from us and what we can also partner with them. So when we are empowered in these investments, then we mean that they can scale up their businesses, because most of the time when businesses go to up to 5 years and they have not passed the mark, most of them die because there's no room for expansion, neither do they have enough capacity to scale up. Either they don't have the right resources or the right expertise or the right knowledge for them to be able to open up. So having them invest back home and having them partner with viable businesses that they see so much potential in, I think that can be one of the key success stories that we can have in this partnership.
Thank you very much, Priscilla. So Mr. Fodi, the NACOG is doing phenomenal work. We've worked together before, and I feel like NACOG is almost family, and I think that it's really incredible to see the work that you've done, not just here in central Combos, but then also how you decentralize and access to finance. I think it's quite remarkable. When we're thinking about the diaspora, the role that they play when it comes to credit unions, I know you have worked quite closely with the German credit unions, looking at how you can transfer some of the skills that they have and also how they are operating on a systematic and structural way. What role can the diaspora, so the aunties and uncles that keep calling in asking, how can we invest? Are credit unions something that the diaspora can get involved with? Will we have a diaspora credit union? Knock, 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 maybe, I don't know. But is that something that NACOG is thinking about?
Okay. Thank you, Aisha. That's a very good question. First and foremost, 2 years ago, we started having credit unions opening their common bond. As you know, credit unions have what we call a common bond, which put you together. That need to be open to allow members of the diaspora to be part of the credit union. That have started 2 years ago. So we do have now quite a number of diaspora, people living in the diaspora who are already members of the credit union. But we are now transitioning to providing some business opportunities for these people in the diaspora. That have started in 2025. As you said, we are also partnering with our Germans, DSIK. When I visited Germany a year ago, to have a study on how their cooperatives work, how the credit union function there, so that we can look at to replicate. Because as you know, we have a lot of Gambians in Europe. So the idea is we want to open up the diaspora activities within our credit union movement. It's a step that have started 2 years ago, but we hope to expand it. Now, whether we will have a diaspora credit union is something that we need to look at, because credit union membership is a little bit delicate. But again, I can assure you that we do have a lot of our members now who are living in the diaspora and who are now thinking about expanding not only into the construction sector, but opening their own businesses within the Gambia through the credit union structure. So that's something we are encouraging as we speak, and I think I have almost 5 credit unions who actively have diaspora membership within their mix. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're over to you, Mr. Cham. You mentioned that you're with ITC. ITC is part of the United Nations, and we've seen last year we've had quite a shift in the geopolitics of the international and the development sector due to the funding cuts. I mean, every country in the world has had to taste it. We've seen even in the Gambia, many organizations have closed down, many people have lost their jobs, and this is something that I remember when it happened, they said, you know, when America coughs, we get COVID, and that's really what happened. I think we all got COVID and all the other sicknesses as well from last year. And one thing that really stood out to me is the fact that the Gambian diaspora exceeded what we get in foreign assistance in terms of what we send in remittance? And how can development partners also very much see the diaspora as a key stakeholder and player in the interventions that they make in these countries? So you come with projects, which is good. The projects are always aligned with the national development plans of the respective countries that you're in. But how can we also use the diaspora as technical assistance or monetary investment, so that we can really have that localization that we love to use in the development sector? But I think if you really want to localize as well, we must localize with our diaspora, particularly in a context like the Gambia, where the diaspora is very much invested in national development. So the question to you is, how are the international development sector also going to harness the diaspora's potential in really collaborating with them in a way in which we can see impact that's sustained beyond projects?
Thank you, Aisha. 2 days ago, we were having a meeting at work, and then a colleague sent a text in the group. US is withdrawing from 37 institutions, and that's a shockwave for international agencies. And it's a call that reminds us that we have to be innovative. We cannot be telling people to be innovative whilst we are not innovative ourselves. At ITC, we try to collaborate and partner a lot. And for me, the thinking is Gambia has to think remittance beyond roofs and cooking pot. In the sense, a significant amount of remittance goes to food, consumption, family support, construction of houses, building, and stuff like that. I recall a friend telling me, I live in the West, build a house that cost me at 100,000 euro, that I spend only 7 days or 14 days in a year. Does that make economic sense? And I sat over it, I'm like, yeah, it doesn't make economic sense. So how do we channel most of these funds that are coming into the country to support, to trigger deliberately activities that can be long-term in this, that can go beyond a set of family of 7 or 15? How do we develop policies? I think that's where ITC can come in. How do we develop policies? But normally our policy development are triggered by the ecosystem requirements. ITC don't just jump to support government. ITC don't just jump to come up with ideas. We normally look at the ecosystem and see what is there and what are the challenges, and how innovative can we be to, not eliminate but mitigate or minimize those challenges. When we start the mini grant with NACUC, this was about in 2017, something like that. The expectation was government will take over because it's a pilot, it's a project. We started the mini loan also with SDF. Expectation the same, government will take over. But the story is different. I'm not so, well, I understand there was a pilot of a grant financing which was anchored at NEDI, and then a loan financing also anchored at SDF. But the results of those, I don't know how sustainable they are or whether they still working. So for me, diaspora can partner in different ways, can contribute significantly to the growth of the country in different ways, beyond remittance to families and remittance for building of houses. NACUC is around. NACUC can create a financing scheme where diaspora funds can come and NACUC give out loans. And you have your returns on those, me as a diaspora. Instead of building a house that I will come for 7 days, that can be an investment for me. Interest rate in the West is very small. It's below 10 digits, 5%, 7% and the like. If NACUC can offer a diaspora 10% interest on their savings, I think that those funds can be also further mobilized to enhance supporting MSME growth. One major challenge, for me, Gambia, the major challenge is accountability and responsibility. At individual levels, we are not ready to be accountable. So if a diaspora called me to say, so I want to start business in Gambia, my first question is, when is your flight to Gambia? If you're like, I'm not planning to come now, I'm like, please don't start a business then. Because whoever you're going to work with will give you a very rosy, nice picture of how the business will progress over time, but the results is going to be different. So we need to deliberately come together, both public sector, international development partners, and government,
to see how we strategize to develop programs that diaspora funds can be directed to with returns for them. Because they are not charity. They're not sending their money for charity. If I send my money to NACOC to loan to small businesses, of course, I expect return on that fund. We have a lot of challenges along the value chain that we can set up mechanisms to see how they can be operationalized. We started a few years ago on the issue of packaging. We started with an entity. We brought some packaging materials that can be sold to small businesses at a reduced rate, with the expectation that the fund will be recycled, and then the packaging supply continues. That's another dead-end story. So we have, like Uncle Back said, we have the best policies on paper, but when it comes to implementation, it's a different story. The same thing comes to project implementation. Projects tend to be very good once the funds are available, but the sustainability of those programs that the projects implement is a different story. So Gambians need to think beyond the short-term scope of project interventions and then focus on how sustainable these programs or these supports can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contributions. So to Mr. Pa Aliundao, access to finance remains one of the biggest barriers for entrepreneurs and also diaspora investors. From banking sector's perspective, how can the banks work with the diaspora to unlock more affordable and productive financing businesses in the Gambia? You had talked about it as well, Nay, that many folks in the diaspora are not the ones that will have the millions and the billions to actually invest in businesses here in the Gambia, because they're also working class, working with blue collar jobs. So how can we also ensure that they have access to finance if they want to engage in businesses here in the Gambia, and what role can the bank associations help them to enable them?
All right, thank you very much. Very good question. As I mentioned earlier, that this year we started very well. The banks are highly liquid at the moment, and at least we are looking for new initiatives. Now, the diasporans, we look at it in twofold. Some with excess monies as financial intermediaries, and the other hand, which you have mentioned, people who has ideas and want monies now to invest. Now, banks will look at any good proposition. Now, usually, they will be talking about collaterals. Now, these diasporans, usually, they will build money, they will build houses. Now, those houses, banks will also help to unlock those monies. These are tied into those properties. These are another way of, making that they have access to finance. I think on the mortgage side, we have started at a limited scale, where some of these diasporans can come through the banks, which the banks have partnership with some of these mortgage companies to be able to make them have access to those. So diasporans, I think, very good partners, because they have very good ideas which they can bring to bear, and they are looking this direction. It's not only Gambians living abroad, but we have been seeing even foreign nationals coming to Gambia, buy houses, come up with their new, small businesses that they want to set up here to sustain them, and so on and so. So these are all things that banks are looking at. We have set up separate desks. We are not only selling products off the shelf. We're doing tailor-made products. We listen to anybody, and then if something that can be worked out, we will always do.
Thank you very much for your contribution. So I had a little note that had some writing, and I'm assuming that it's saying that we're running out of time because I couldn't read it. But we had promised that we also wanted to hear from the audience, and I like to honor my promises, especially to you all for taking your time today. So perhaps we can allow 2 or 3 questions from you, remarks. You have the opportunity now to ask the panelists. I also know that they might be around for a bit after this panel discussion, so you can find them and ask them the questions that you want and connect with them. But over to you, the audience, any questions, remarks, feedback that you'd like to provide us with during this panel discussion that we've had. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Earlier about mortgages in the Gambia. What's the maximum number of years for mortgages in the Gambia, and also the interest rate?
Thank you. These are usual questions that we normally have. Interest rates and the number of
customers, because have a very preferential rate, so it's not a hard impact. But then again, we look at the benchmark rate, which is usually a policy rate, which is the minimum lending rate. I don't know whether that answers the question.
Sort of, but I just wanted to know more about, because in the UK, depending on your age, you can have a mortgage for up to 30 years, 35 years. But in Gambia, is there a number, of years that your mortgage here? Because I know in Senegal, it's normally around 15 years. So I don't know if it's similar in Gambia or...
No, what, the Gambia, that's what I said. The most of the banks we have in Gambia, they are mostly commercial banks. They have very short-term nature in funding. As you look at giving our maturity transformation, we are able to most of those things like mortgage and so on. So it's not official product, but then it is something that can be negotiated. For example, if we work with a very good mortgage company, we can always share the risk and mitigation of those risks. But if you come up with a very good proposition and you have a very good backup, why not?
Thank you very much. Yes. Okay, so for those at the back, the question was about trust. So how do we build partnerships that are rooted in trust so that we can have that collaboration between the diaspora and the Gambians around the ground? I think we had one of the panelists, I can't remember who spoke about the importance of accountability and the importance of having very strong governance structures. So I think it's centered around that. It was you, Mr. Chan, so perhaps you can answer that question, and how do you really have trust so that the diaspora will feel comfortable and also the Gambians on the ground will feel comfortable in mutually beneficial partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Trust issue is something that I don't know whether there can be any framework or program to build that. For me, in terms of building trust, I would say normally that's what I encourage diaspora. If you want to start building with them, at least have a footprint with them. If you cannot stay permanently, but have a footprint here. Because if you talk to a typical Gambian, I want to start business. The direct answer is, oh yeah, it is good, we can make it. But the reality is, how do we make it? And sometimes too, business is not like me and my brother sitting in the room discussing how we're going to buy attire. And who is going to do the attire, and who has to go to see out the attire. We have to set terms and conditions of how we do it. And then backed by, I don't know whether rules or regulations or laws, but if we are able to set up structures in the Gambia where diasporas can be directed to for their investment to be secured from the individual but backed by the third party. Accountability for me is one thing that, I'm a Gambian, I'm a proud Gambian indeed, but accountability and responsibility are things that we are somehow allergic to. That's the reality. I call you to find out how the funds that were transferred from business were spent. It's how I trust in my lady. No. We have a relationship and we have to work towards that relationship. I'm not asking you how your wife could superchange to you. No. I'm asking you how the money or the funds or the resources that are allocated for this purpose, how is it spent? So there should be no quarrel about it. So for me to protect the diaspora in terms of remittance or investments or funds that they want to invest, either the banks can open up a section where they have diaspora bond or whatever, or the NAPUCs and the like, or Okulbaks. I saw Okulbaks the agricultural initiative that he and his team has. You know, these are things that we need to look at, and we as Gambians also need to look beyond sentiments also. We need to look beyond, Swabu is my brother, I have to do business with him. If you want to help Swabu as a person, please help him. Is Swabu having the will to run a business? Somebody who has not even managed $10,000 before, you send him $100,000 to manage it. I mean, small businesses work in my office are like, oh, I need $100,000 to do this. I'm like, okay, have you managed 10,000 before? If you've not managed 10,000, have you managed 100,000? So there are different factors affecting how diaspora, even how Gambians living in Gambia, investing in businesses are being affected. A Gambian living in Gambia partner with a Gambian business, you know, at the end of the day, I don't want to use the word, but you are being 419.
So how about somebody who is thousands of miles away, who is not even seeing the day-to-day operation of that business? So let's NAPUC, the banks and Uncle Bucks and others come together and see how we strategize to mobilize funds from diaspora. They are protected, and then those funds can be onward lent or utilized by the private sector to grow. Small businesses are very innovative. Innovation is not the result of rigorous lab work. Let's not get it that to be innovative, you have to be in the lab. Sol is very innovative. We've seen how the real estate dynamics is changing in the Gambia. Did you see it in a lab? He did not. So the lady doing chakri and sending to Norway or wherever, I don't believe the person sits in a lab. So innovation is not the result of rigorous lab work only. It can be the work of a small enterprise who has an opportunity, come across an opportunity and be able to, you know, leverage on that. The other important element for me is, you know, when it comes to Gambia businesses exploiting the international market, I'm like, you know, the diaspora can play a very important part. You can target the diaspora. I know of a small business, Kabagal, Sidos Kaba. You know, she has one of the best diaspora intervention in her business. She produces, sent to US, and somebody is there who buys from her. The same thing can be done. Me in Norway, see somebody who is doing Karau or Arau or whatever, because if they are to go through the different European routes in terms of meeting the market dynamics and needs to import in those countries, you will not. But yes, a Gambian can come on holiday, go with a suitcase of your product. It's market exposure. So please, we need to look beyond individual sentiments and work towards structures that can be empowered, and then funds can be mobilized, and those funds can be properly utilized beyond, because I know Swaibu or Swaibu's relations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are running out of time. Okay.
Yeah, I think the regulatory framework is what is lacking in most of these instances. Regulatory framework. And I think that need to happen to make sure that there is that trust element within the process. Accountability has to come in place. So without those frameworks, which currently is lacking, that's where the deficit comes from. And I think I get your point.
There are so many. Okay, Mr. Fraser, we'll give you a minute and a half.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here up to this time. I think what we've done over the last 7 years is actually remove the barrier to entry when it comes to foreign or diaspora investing in the Gambia. We made it possible for people to still live in the diaspora, invest in real estate here in the Gambia. We manage it, collect the funds for you and save it for you till the point where you're comfortable to go back home and start your own business. So you don't have to be here really to start investing in the Gambia. We've made that possible. Now, to answer your question, Ms. Gallo, we do provide home office for people, and for now, the longest that we were able to secure for residents is 10 years.
We're in the process of obviously setting up a mortgage bank, which will enable us to do maybe longer than that. So if that becomes successful, then we should be aiming to do between 15 and 20 years. So I just wanted to add a contribution to that. I know we're running out of time, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I've been told that we've run too much into the next discussion actually, but you've had your hand up for a while. We'll give you just the one moment to just with your contribution so we can allow the next panel to take course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, whenever Ambassador Ablaye Toure speaks, one feels very inspired. And I think the point he made at the beginning, that we need to corporatize the whole development process. We need to take a value chain approach. We need to ask also all of the panelists, really what is the cost of informality? And also what is the real price of formality? Because very recently, we've seen the registrar of companies threatening to deregister a lot of companies because they have not been filing their annual returns. They have not been doing all the formalities that are required of them. So now, if you want the development process to be adding value over time, all these issues must be considered. Sometimes I've asked this question very ignorantly. How much does it cost to make the Gambian $200 a note in real terms, whether it's 1 cent or 2 cents? I mean, I have never gotten a satisfactory answer. I wish the governor of the central bank was here. I could ask him that question. We are so import dependent as an economy that a lot of things, something as basic as mayonnaise, comes in different jars. And you know, when we use it, we tend to throw the jars away. But the women at the market have now started collecting some of those jars and putting dege there and selling it. So if you just look at that, the opportunity for innovation in reusing, retooling, and recycling. But my last point would be really, after 60 years of independence, Gambia has built an outstanding human capital. I think Ambassador Baksture talked about it. How do we reuse that? What innovative arrangements can the government come up with so that these mentorship programs, apprenticeship programs can be done on a national scale? Projects that can be originated from the Gambia towards the diaspora. But lastly, how do we mainstream the Islamic economy? How do we mainstream cooperative finance? These are all efforts that I think proper public-private partnership framework can make a very huge difference. Lastly.
The three lastly, huh?
Yeah, this is the last
I like lastly, okay.
Yes, the Public-Private Partnership Act of the Gambia has been ready for the last 5 years. It has not been enacted. I don't know who is representing the Gambian government on that panel, but I'm sure once we have that act in place, it can spur a lot of innovation, not only in financing, but in the whole development ecosystem.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for listening and being here. We'll quickly just give Mr. Toure 2 minutes to wrap up the session. And we want to thank all the panelists for being with us, the audience, and also the young people that are here. You've used your Saturday afternoon, morning, day to be here with you all. And we acknowledge you, we see you, and you guys are the future of the country. So we hope that you take this opportunity to connect with all the people that are here. And again, thank you for being here. Over to you, Mr. Toure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Tambajang. Thank you for the very brilliant way you chair the panel, and thanks to all the panelists. I just want to make three points so that you don't forget it. Now, the session we are having here is very important. Senegal had a similar session 3 weeks ago, and Jomai Faye tasked the Senegalese diaspora that I'm going to give you just one project for you to execute so that we will know that you are part of Senegal. So I think here we are saying, as Gambians, let's give ourselves just one project to implement as diasporans and as Gambians. And to me, that will be the National Stadium as our takeaway. Okay? So if we come back next year and that project has not been implemented, and we are just talking the talk and not walking the talk. The second point I want to make, and I see a lot of young students here. See, my generation, when we went to school with Professor Asanjay, Ablai Sen, Bawasila, and others, we were told to go to school, get good grades, come out, have a very nice suit, three-piece suit, wear a nice tie, and go looking for jobs. Your generation should not be job seekers. You should be job creators. The biggest companies in the world today were created out of campuses. Microsoft, Google, Facebook were all out of campus. So we need to get entrepreneurship and innovation into the university. So when you come out, you create jobs. Now the problem you have is, when you have an idea, the banks don't allow you to monetize it, because they will tell you that we need a track record. How can you have a track record without testing the waters? Now the biggest companies today in Wave, the company that changed the whole dimension in the financial landscape is Wave. Wave was a startup. They went to IFC, IFC gave them $100 million, and they've changed the whole landscape as far as financial transfers are concerned. The biggest company in the world today is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is the biggest company. It was a startup. I have brilliant ideas. I go to the bank. What do they tell me? Mortgage your wife, mortgage your kids, mortgage your grandmother, mortgage your grandfather. When I go to the US, they look at my credit score. They say, Mr. Ture, you have character. Because of your character, you are good for 100,000 without any collateral. Here, I am a household name. I go to the bank. You have to mortgage your best friend and your best girlfriend. It doesn't work. Now, finally, if we are going to create jobs, there are 5 pathways to creating jobs. One is agriculture. The president of the ADB said all the future millionaires are going to come from agriculture, because he said very clearly, I have yet to see anybody eat a computer. I have yet to see anybody eat gold or diamond, but everybody needs food. Gambia has today 600,000 hectares of land that is not cultivated. 600,000. Why do we have to grow granules only in the rainy season? Granules is a 3-month cycle. You put in irrigation and you grow granules year-round. The late president of America, Jimmy Carter, grows more granules than the whole of Gambia combined. It's irrigation. Second thing is construction infrastructure. I heard Mustafa Njai say that for every house that he is building or Sol Fraser is building, he needs 15 skill sets. Masoner, carpenter, plumber, you name it. Painter man, you need 15. So can you imagine multiply effect? Tourism value chain, we've mentioned. Every tourist that comes to this country has to eat eggs, has to eat omelette. If you are from Britain, you have to eat your omelette and your baked beans. Now, Gambia is the only country that I know where we are not self-sufficient in poultry and eggs. Senegal has a population of 20 million. We have a population of 2. Senegal does not import chicken or eggs. So the problem in Gambia is that when you boil an egg, you assume that it will be consumed by one person. The same egg, you make it into omelette. At least 5 people will taste it. The same egg, you make it into mayonnaise. At least 10 people will taste it. So let us be inclusive, and so that everybody can taste development. The final point is, I'm taking, I have to take from him, is our creative industries. The African Development Bank has a program on creative industries. Our youth are talented in terms of fashion, in terms of singing, in terms of acting. Recently, Babasila and the late by Cham produced 2 formidable movies. Everybody goes, you go home this evening, you are going to be watching Haliso or Bete Bete. Why don't we have Haliso and Bete Bete in producing Gambia? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we have.
Thank you so much for the excellent moderation, and the panelists were very insightful and excellent moderation. Let us give them another round of applause. Next on the agenda, we have yes, I think the other group also will join us, right? Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You okay? It's a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you.
Here we go. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Next session, we have our last panel for the day, which is harnessing opportunity in the sport and tourism. In this panel, we have moderator as Mr. Tijan Masane Sise, a veteran sport journalist. You are welcome, sir. And a rapporteur for this panel will be Sira Chor, GK partner student volunteer from the University of the Gambia. And the panel for this section, we have Mr. Bernard Villiers-Gozi, technical head, Europe and Africa, Barca Academy, Barcelona Football Club.
He's online.
He's online. Yeah, he will be joining us online. Next, we have Mr. Josie Jokwan Grancia, sorry for that, Vice President, Spanish Chamber of Commerce in Senegal and the Gambia, also online. You are welcome. Next, we have Ms. Aida Jai, Director General, Gambia Tourism Board. You are welcome on the high table. Next, we have Mamadou Lamin Jawla, Acting Executive Director, National Sport Council. And last on this panelist, we have Mr. Alaji Drame Dibasi, founder and CEO of Masira Technique Travel Nasatu Pro Football Agency in Spain. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much and welcome our panelists. Immediately after this panelists, please stay tuned because we have the last session, which is the outdoor reception, drinks, snacks, and cultural performance. You are all welcome. Thank you.
Questions I asked you when I taught. She was my student. I know she was destined for greatness.
afternoon. Of course, good afternoon. Of course, Ambassador Toure, seeing you here today makes it all the more emotional for me, and seeing people that work so hard in Gambian sports, Saul Fraser, Mr. Tal, and many more. The last time I checked, I understand the people that have spoken here have been heads of state, the vice president, kings during the OIC summit. So my being here today is either a sidebar or the beginning of a very funny joke. But I am most honored and privileged to come here this afternoon to moderate this very important forum. And it makes it emotional for me because I see my little sister here, Sena Bunjai, the daughter of somebody who took me as a son, the greatest that ever played in this country, Alhaji Momodu Njai Biri Biri. So I'm going to try my utmost to hold it together. I was running late because the president, I think, was on his way to Mankamankunda, and traffic was bad, so he asked the driver to step to the back. He was going to drive, IGP has given an order that you pull any car that's speeding. So the motorbike went after the president. When he got to him, he saw he was the president and came back and told his sergeant, I didn't pull him over. He goes, why? No, 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 I can't pull him over. But who was he? The president was his driver. It's a joke. We are gathered here to talk about sports tourism, these distinguished panelists. And on my right, some of you do know my life as a sports caster or football administrator. She was my student in 2nd grade, and I knew she was destined for greatness. The new Director General of the Gambia Tourism Board, Mrs. Yahya Jammeh. Also on our panel, we have Sarah Chor, who is from a student volunteer from the University of the Gambia, GKP, whatever that means, I do not know, but I'll say at first glance, I am impressed. Welcome. We are also joined by Mr. Mohamedou Lamin Jawla, the Acting Executive Director of the National Sports Council. And it is an honor to have you on our panel, sir. We will be joined online, I am told, by Jose Joaquim Gerard Garcia, Vice President, Spanish Chamber of Commerce in Senegal and the Gambia, and also Mr. Bernard Villa Goris, Technical Head, Europe and Africa, Barza Academy, Barza Football Club, and I know Suleiman Fraser is going to be very interested in this one. So we will kick off and go into our program proper and talk about the benefits. I know if we talk about sports tourism right now in the Gambia, it is a fact that our sports or all our events are mortgaged to Morocco because that's where we play all our games. Now, under an enlightened leadership at the Tourism Board, we look forward to a lot of difference in terms of our sports industry and linking it with tourism. Now, for many years, a lot of people have called for the national stadium to be named after Alhaji Njai Biri Biri. And I know this group has done so too. Not just that, we have also called for Alhaji Njai Biri, when he was alive, to be the sports ambassador for this country in Europe. And they were deaf ears, but if you do know how powerful Biri was in Europe, we would have taken that opportunity. He was visiting me in the US, and I went to pick him up at the airport in New Jersey. After he cleared customs, we were walking out. Somebody ran from the other end of the airport and knelt right in front of him and said to him, "Let me go get my family to take a picture with you." Of course, he turned around and said, "Raka yena maya brek, why hamulen ma." So that's what we had, and we did not make good use of it. So it makes this forum all the more important to explore ways to map out a way forward. So without any further ado, I go to my student.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Good evening, everybody. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure and honor to be here with you all today, although I am only maybe 5 days into my role as the new Director General for the Gambia Tourism Board. But I've been with the Tourism Board for some time now. So tourism is not something new to me, and I'm sure tourism is not anything new to all of you here today. Because as the minister or my board chair alluded earlier during their speeches, that tourism is everybody's business, and we believe that everybody benefits from tourism one way or the other. As tourism is one of the most important sectors, I always say, I don't know, I can be biased, but I always say tourism is the most important sector of the Gambia economy. We say agriculture, yes, agriculture, but back in the day, I'm not talking about now, I mean, tourism is more felt. And it plays a vital role in the economy. It contributes about between 20 to 25% of the country's GDP, creates employment and infrastructure. So as Ambassador Toure said, we should give you a land to develop a sports city or something. You're welcome. And so we're here today to talk about the linkage or the benefits of tourism and sports. Everybody knows when you talk about, I'll say for example, Barcelona. When you say Barcelona or Real Madrid, everybody thinks about Spain. So I think we're here today. What I want us today is to change the dynamics. When people, especially for in the Spanish, in Spain, when anybody thinks about biri-biri, since biri-biri is very well known in Spain, we want to change that dynamic. So when people say biri-biri, they will think about Gambia. Like Mr. Fall said, Madonna, biri meets Madonna. No, Madonna meets biri, but it's not that. It's Madonna. Is it biri? Maradona that means biri. So I want to say, on that note, we should change that dynamics to say, when you talk about biri, people should not think about Spain, the football club that he played, but should think about Gambia. So we want to change that dynamics, and ideas are welcome, Mr. Fall, of how we should change that dynamics to that. I want to talk about sports and branding. What I just said indicates that when you brand something, whenever you think about that person or you look at that person, you will think about, for example, when we talked about Biri, we think about Gambia. So Biri will be the one branding Gambia for us. It's just unfortunate, may his soul rest in peace, that we did not leverage on the opportunity whilst he was alive. We could have done a lot with him. But notwithstanding, be rest assured, we will work on his legacy to ensure that we bring the tourism sector to its rightful position. Sports tourism encourages good brand. Sports tourism encourages infrastructure. Because I remember back in the day when I was young, when the Independence Stadium was built, brand new with all its facilities brought to perfection, we used to have countries that comes to Gambia and play football. Somebody just mentioned that now we take all our matches to, is it Morocco? But back in the day, we used to have that. And Gambia did benefit, the country did benefit a lot. Because when a tourist comes, I'll give an example. When a tourist comes to the Gambia, it's not just only the tourism board that benefits. Even the, excuse my language, I'll swap into vernacular, local language. Even the gerte saaf seller, ki jai gerte saaf si mbeda bi, benefits from tourism. Because the tourist will stay in the hotel, the peanut seller will benefit because the tourist will go out, buy peanuts, he or she will benefit. The same tourist will use the transportation, so petroleum or trade will benefit. The same tourist will go to, for example, Janjambure. The local community will benefit. So tourism across all sectors. My minister said it here before. Tourism is everybody's business. As much as it crosses across all sectors, everybody benefits. It is everybody's business. I know we're running out of time, but I want to just touch on few things. Tourism also touches youths and sports, and also the people that normally comes. I'm just trying. I'm all over the place, I know, but sports tourisms are high spenders, because anybody that is traveling for sports, especially the gentlemen that are sport lovers and the men and some of the women, I shouldn't be gender balanced, people with most disposable income. Because, for example, if somebody who does not have much money will not think about going to Spain or to watch a football match or the recently ended World Cup. I saw some Gambians that were there, and I know that they were Gambians with most disposable income. So the people that normally travels for football and sports are people with disposable income. So when they come to your destination, you will benefit, because they have the income to spend in your country. And they will not only, like I said, when they spend, the entire country benefits, not only one sector. So I think as a board, and as we heard from our Honorable Minister and our board chairman, we would look into sports tourism very seriously, and we will take all the necessary measures to ensure that we emphasize, or we put greater emphasis on sports tourism, so that the whole country can benefit from this sector. On that note, I would say thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful presentation and going into event-based sports tourism that you just spoke about. We'll get back to that. But for now, let's go to Spain and talk to Mr. Bernard Villa-Goriz, Technical Head, Europe and Africa, Barça Academy, Barcelona Football Club. Suleiman, you stay away from it.
Perfect, excellent. So thank you very much for having me in this program. It's a real pleasure. First of all, I would like to apologize for not being there with you in person. Hope to meet some of you very soon during my next trips in the Gambia. Today I'm here to speak about how an international club, my club, FC Barcelona, helps promote sports in other countries, and as a consequence, tourism. But I would also like to add something. For us, sport is not only competition. Sport is education, is values, and of course, as you just mentioned, is opportunities. I will focus mainly on the Barça Academy projects, which consist of sharing our sports know-how around the world. And I also want to highlight something important. FC Barcelona is a multi-sports club. Many people know FC Barcelona because of football. Of course, it's the most famous part of the club. But we also compete at the highest level in basketball, futsal, handball, and this Barça Academy project also have these sports. Now, the Barça Academy works in two main ways. First, local, in Barcelona. This is what we call clinics. It's a training experience for players, boys and girls, from 6 to 18 years old, who come to Barcelona to train with our methodology and our coaches. For many of them, as you just mentioned as well, it's also their first time traveling abroad, which already shows how sports and tourism can be connected. But what I really want to talk about today is what is happening internationally. outside Barcelona. Internationally, we mainly work through camps and academies. At the moment, we are present in more than 50 countries around the world, some of them in Africa, not yet in the Gambia. That said, we are exploring opportunities and we truly hope to land in this beautiful country very soon. Because we really believe that the Gambia has an enormous potential, not only in sports, in that case football, but also as a destination. So coming back to camps and academies. A camp is usually a 1 or 2 weeks program for players in the country, where they can experience what a full Barca training look like. We bring our methodology, which is not only about developing players, but also helping them grow as people, because we place a lot of importance on values. In short, we train athletes, but we also try to build responsible individuals. To make sure the experience is authentic, we send some of our coaches to implement the program on site. So that's already creating tourism for the Gambia through our coaches from Barcelona. And beyond the training sessions, these events brings memories, brings connection between families, communities, country, etc., etc. These camps can also become a great way to promote tourism inside the country through the Barca brand. Let me explain you why. For example, if we organize a Barca camp in the Gambia, it's very possible that players from Senegal, and of course their families, could travel to join the camp. And while they experiencing Barca training, they also discover the country. The river, the culture, the people, the food, the beach, at the end, a full experience. And it's very powerful because it's not just visitors coming to watch something. It's visitors coming to participate, to live the experience. Of course, one key aspect for us is infrastructure, the facilities that we are using. We want to make sure training can be delivered in the best conditions, and also that the country can comfortably host visitors coming from other countries or other regions on the country. Because high quality facilities do not only support sports, they also support events, they also support tourism, and at the end, international visibility. Then, after running some camps, in many cases, we move into a full year academy. An academy means that the players can experience Barca training, not just for a few days, but through the whole year. This normally comes after camps, because first we want to understand the local interest and at the same time the potential of the project. And in Gambia, the potential is huge. Because in the end, the academy requires bigger infrastructure and involves many areas in the club. Partnerships, of course, talent, Barca Academy, etc. The impact for a country of hosting a Barca Academy that pays or any other international club like FC Barcelona can be huge, also in terms of tourism. Why? Because it can create international opportunities. For example, organizing tournaments in the Gambia, inviting clubs and academies from the neighboring countries. And why not, as we did in Senegal some years ago, inviting some teams from the Barca Youth Club to visit the country and participate in a tournament. And when a Barca team travels, everybody knows that the people notice, media, communities, international football networks. The kind of activities or the activity can also attract other international clubs, scouts, agents, and at the end it helps to bring international attention to the country and helps people realize the tourist potential that the Gambia has. And more important, it helps build a positive story about the country, a story connected with youth, development, and international collaboration. So this is just a quick explanation of what we do and why we do it. We truly believe sports is a very powerful tool to help countries grow through education, values, and opportunities for young people. and also by attracting international interest. And this is my final message today. When you invest in sports, you are also investing in people. And when you bring people, you create movement. And movement, at the end, brings tourism. Thank you very much for having me. I soon will be traveling to the Gambia to keep working on these projects that we are starting in the country. I can share my email, I can share my contact in case there's any questions. It will be a pleasure for me to answer to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bernard. It was a pleasure having you, but if you have any questions for him from the audience, he's gone, right? If anybody has a question for Bernard, we can do that now and get him out of the way. Remember, my job is to make the discussion relevant as a moderator. So, Suleiman, I know you would like to ask a question, because this is exactly what you do, and Gambia should celebrate you for always bringing agents into this country. They spend money, they stay here, and they recruit players, and I'm a witness to that. Thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you very much for those kind words. Bernard, thank you for a great presentation.
My name is Saul Fraser. I'm one of I own a football club, but my main job is actually real estate, so I build houses for people in the Gambia and in the diaspora. So obviously my question is, what are the criteria that you look for in terms of partnership? So I know local content is very important. And how soon are you looking to come back to the Gambia? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Of course, contacts in the country are very, very important. We are already trying to have a partnership with some local people, some local clubs. We are open to different options. As I mentioned, I just explained the Bars Academy project, which is the international Bars Academy. But we have many ways to collaborate. For example, in Senegal right now, we have a collaboration that doesn't, it's not linked with the brand directly, but is more focused on like selecting talent and bidding the talent we have in Barcelona or Spain. In your case, and I guess coming back to what you do, infrastructure is key, and I think in the Gambia we are lacking of a good facility to train in proper conditions. It's difficult sometimes because of the weather conditions to train in a natural grass, so artificial pitches sometimes are better than accommodation for players. Again, you're a very small country, but you can attract a lot of talent from other countries and force them here in the Gambia. So having like a sports city similar to what we have in Barcelona is our main goal. Of course, we understand that each country have their own situation, but as close as we can be from that, better for us.
Well, thank you very much for that. It looks like we're all aligned, because I've just been giving a pledge, well, not a pledge, but a promise to look into possible applications for land by our able director here, and here you are. And by the way, I just added you on LinkedIn, so we can just accept and we can keep the communication going. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, sir.
Do we have any other question?
Buenos tardes, Bernard. I don't want to spoil the show because I'm a Real Madrid fan, and I've been to your stadium, and it's quite an impressive initiative that you are taking for the Gambia. My name is Captain Ture, and in terms of your interest, I just wanted to have an
only in terms of being part of this, to be more involved in the investment itself and not just to be a dormant participant in a way, if you understand what I'm trying to say. For example, if you want to build this sport facility, would you entertain Gambian investors also participating, not only in terms of providing local content, but also investing in the equity aspect of it. So that is an important consideration, because like that was discussed earlier by someone like Bature when he talked about building a national stadium to a public-private initiative. So in such a strategy, I don't know how the Barcelona Academy or anything similar to it can be integrated where we have local content beyond just providing the bricks and mortar, but also financial resources as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tomorrow we have a great match against Real Madrid. Let's see. We will all see the match. So regarding, again, it's something that we can explore many ways to collaborate. We normally, it's not a secret, you know that the financial situation of the club right now is not the best one. So of course, we always need to have local support in terms of contacts, in terms of investment, but through the brand of Barca, we also think that could help the investors to attract more investors, yes, and to generate, not just through the talent that we can export to Europe, in case there's talent to export, and of course generate an income or revenue, also through, as I said, the international tournaments that we can organize in the Gambia, through bringing professional clubs here in the Gambia to do some trainings. It happens in some other countries in Africa, which some clubs from the neighboring countries goes to do the training pre-season or whatever trainings. So Barca is open to collaborate in many ways, of course as well financially, but in terms of building infrastructures, Barca is not yet into that. Okay? We normally have partners with the local people to get access to the infrastructure. We encourage the local people and the local entities such as the Football Federation, the government, etc., to invest on that, because we really think it's very powerful. It's a very powerful tool for education for the youth. But Barca is not yet into any project where we directly invest in real estate or in facilities. We normally partner with people, and we provide the know-how, the brand, of course, and that could also attract other investors for interests. I don't know if I answered your question.
We have another question here. He's a football guy also.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I want to start. I'm not a Barcelona fan or a Real Madrid fan, but I will go into black support. So my name is Paul Cisse. As some of you may know me, I am the project director for the Tourism Diversification and Resilience in the Gambia project. And as you know, we work well with the Gambia Tourism Board. So I just wanted to share the story with all of you. In November 2024, I was part of the Gambia delegation that went to London for the World Travel Market to promote the Gambia. And just to give you an example of how this sports tourism works. So there are a lot of different companies coming in to do a deal during the travel market. And it was then that a team that is also based in Sevilla approached the Gambian stand to discuss about this issue of tourism and sports. Well, unfortunately, it was not Sevilla itself, but it was the other team in Sevilla, Real Betis. So they came and they started talking to us with Mr. Podeba from the Gambia Tourism Board. And being also a football fan, so I took up this discussion with the gentleman, and like Mr. Saul Fraser, we started discussing through email. But guess what? Based on that, and it is very apt for what Professor Paul was talking about being innovative and taking chances. So now, I'm not only in tourism, but I have formed a company with my colleague here. Please can you stand up, Mr. Foss? And we have a football agency that we have set up. And we also build this connection with Real Betis. And Real Betis is coming to the Gambia on the January 23rd to 25th to do a football camp at Brusubi Phase 2. So we are all invited. So it's that type of connection, as you said, and it's very apt today. You can sit down. It's very apt today that when we are celebrating Biri Biri and all the wonders that he did in Seville, also some other Gambians have made connection, and Real Betis is coming to the Gambia to do a camp for 3 days, and after that, who knows, like just you mentioned, it can develop into an academy and a long-term relationship where many, many teams in the first division can benefit. So I thought it was very important to share this. We will also share the link later. And it's really important that we continue to use this spirit of Biri Biri, because today we saw so many fantastic stories regarding how sports can really generate tourism, because it's about the culture and connection from people. So really, right now, Mr. Bernard, Seville is really hot in the Gambia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. If we don't have any other question. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you. And we do look forward to working with you in the near future. And I know Saul already has his hands on that, right? Thank you. Now, having had a lot about Biri Biri and its greatness, I am compelled to go back to 1980 and just give you that call the way Saul Jai called, from 45 yards, with his back to the goal. He lifted it up, turned around, and it was all net. The Gambia's football ambassador. I like to see how he was doing. Now I call on the acting executive director of the National Sports Council, my good friend, Mr. Fode Jaula, who is working so hard with us to bring pickleball to the Gambia, and that will be an avenue also for sports tourism. Mr. Jaula.
Thank you very much, my big brother. Thank you so much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my co-panelists, the family of the late legendary brother, good evening to you all. It is an honor to join this nice stake in the Nation Forum, a platform that has become a national institution for dialogue, partnership, and effective action between the Gambian diaspora, government entities, and our diverse non-state actors. I wish to express sincere appreciation to PK Partners and the Office of the President for the invitation to contribute to this important conversation on enhancing development opportunities in sports and tourism. Sports and tourism are two sectors with immense potential to drive inclusive economic growth, youth empowerment, and national branding. When strategically aligned, they can unlock new investment streams expand employment opportunities, and strengthen the Gambia's global visibility. One of our most underlined assets is the River Gambia, a natural resource that offers opportunities for aqua sports. Activities such as rowing, kayaking, sailing, and recreational boat races can attract both domestic and international tourists annually. With proper organization and marketing, aqua sports can become a signature attraction, adding value to our tourism product while stimulating local economies along our riverbanks. Similarly, traditional wrestling, which is deeply rooted in our cultural heritage, presents a unique opportunity for sub-regional sports tourism. By organizing well-structured wrestling festivals and inviting participants from neighboring countries, we can create a vibrant annual event that draws spectators, boasts hospitality services, and strengthens cultural exchange. Wrestling is not only a sport, it is a cultural economy that can generate significant revenue when properly harnessed. Another critical area in the hosting of international sports events. Countries that successfully position themselves as event destinations benefit from increased visitor inflows, global media exposure, and expanded business opportunities. The Gambia has the climate, the hospitality, and the youthful population to host regional championships, invitational tournaments, and training camps. With targeted investment and diaspora partnership, we can elevate our capacity to attract such events. Central to these opportunities is investment in sports infrastructure. Modern facilities, stadiums, training centers, aquatic complexes, multi-purpose courts are essential for attracting major sporting nations and the professional clubs. Many teams seek warm weather destinations for pre-season preparations or acclimatization before competitions in Africa. With upgraded infrastructure, the Gambia can position itself as a preferred destination for these teams, generating revenue for hotels, transport services, and the local businesses. More importantly, infrastructure investment has a direct impact on the lives and livelihoods of our young people. The Gambia is blessed with extraordinary talent. With the right facilities, we can produce more elite athletes like the Mariama Gina Basis, the Yankuba Mintes, the Musa Barros, you name them. Not only in athletics though, and football as well, but across all sporting disciplines. Our beaches also offer natural platforms for sports such as beach volleyball, beach football, and beach wrestling, which can be developed into competitive and recreational attractions. Diaspora engagement is essential in raising these ambitions. Gambians abroad possess expertise, networks, financial capital, and global exposure that can significantly accelerate the growth of our sports economy. Through partnership in facility development, sponsorship, talent identification, sports technology, and event hosting, the diaspora can play a transformative role in shaping the future of sports and tourism in our country. As we reflect on the theme enhancing participation in the productive sectors, it is clear that sports must be recognized not only as entertainment, but as a productive sector capable of generating jobs, stimulating investment, and strengthening national unity. With coordinated planning, strategic partnerships, and sustained investment, sports can become a powerful engine for economic growth and tourism enhancement. if you can all bear me witness that the Ministry of Youth and Sports, which is the custodian of youth and sports development, is allocated with less than 2% of the GDP, and it's a very vast sector that looks at the most critical group, the most critical demography in the country. If we want to see development in sports, the allocation for the Ministry of Youth and Sports needs to increase more. But also, partnership is very important. The private sector. There is no country in this world or government in this world that sponsors sports single-handedly. In fact, in advanced countries like the United States of America, they don't have the Ministry of Sports. It's the private sector that sponsors sports. It's the private sector that gives sports the visibility, the growth that it needs. I think as Gambians, we should also look into that direction and also expel the mindset that we have, that sports fall. It has surpassed that now. Today, it is the most lucrative business in the world. To get rich within a twinkle of an eye, get into sports, and you'll be there. You can change the lives and livelihoods of your community, your family, and the entire country. Let's look at the remittances. No research is done to know how much sports brings into this country in terms of remittances. If we are able to know that and quantify it, I think government will look into increasing the budget for sports and youth development to maybe even 10% of the GDP. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I just want to reaffirm the National Sports Council's commitment to working closely with the Office of the President, which is a matter of must, GK partners, the diaspora community, the tourism board, stakeholders, and all stakeholders to unlock the full potential of sports and tourism for national development. Together we can build a vibrant sports economy that empowers our youth, strengthen our identity, and contribute meaningfully to the Gambia's long-term prosperity. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jawla, for that excellent presentation. I do have a question that emanated from the diaspora for you.
Okay.
Whilst we're here talking about sports tourism, our national stadium, which was built to the tune of $32 million back in the day, has had issues. And I've not succeeded in passing CAF or meeting CAF requirements. Now, we've not been able to hold any tournament in this country or play our international games, which, of course, brings in people. As an authority of sports in the Gambia, can you look into that camera and tell the diaspora when that stadium will be ready for our national sport?
Thank you very much, my brother. The stadium, surely in 2016, it will be ready. Sorry, 2026. 2026, it will be ready. We are working on finalizing the works on the pitch. The contractor is doing the seeding, which should surely take maybe 3 months. And already we have purchased the tracks that we are going to lay for athletics to also kickstart. This is the reason why the the Secondary School Sports Association have moved their national championship from March to April, so that once the track is laid, the 2026 Inter-Schools National Championship will take place other stadium. It is unfortunate. It is nobody's desire to have the stadium to be, under construction or refurbishment for such a period. But be rest assured, and the diaspora too, to be rest assured that this year we will complete the stadium and business will start in earnest. Thanks.
That's great news. And now, Ida, you talked about Biri Biri a lot. And I know this diaspora group have been working very hard to ensure that Biri is honored the legend he is. There will be no better feeling for football fans and sports fans in this country to hear the name Alhaji Momadou Njie Biri Biri Sports Complex or Alhaji Momadou Njie Biri Biri Stadium. Mr. Jawla, I come back to you. Would you push as an authority of sports in this country that our stadium is named for the greatest ever in Gambian football, Alhaji Njie Biri Biri?
I think our legendary footballer, Alhaji Njie Biri Biri, deserves more than even being named a stadium after him. Like in the morning, the Honorable Minister said it, that there is the covered pavilion is named after him. And already we know the Independence Stadium is the Independence Stadium, that's the name. But his legacy would be with us Gambians until the end of time. And before then, we will have series of stadium built in the Gambia in the future. To me, with the love I have for him, and the consideration that the Minister of Youth and Sports, have for Biri Biri and his family, we would love to name a brand new stadium after him than changing the name of an already built stadium. I think that is what he deserves more than changing the Independence Stadium's name to Alhaji Biri Biri Njie. That's, but I will push, with my principals to definitely, do that. It's not a promise, but already we have acquired land at the Lamen area. So who knows whether it is going to be Alhaji Njie Biri Biri's stadium. But we hope that it is. Thank you.
And just for the record, the stadium at Sabeo has a section named Notre Biri Biri. A journalist named Maria Fernandez once wrote, a group of Spanish, because of the mercurial way he plays the game, adopted his name. And for that reason, the group is called Notre Biri Biri. And that part of the stadium is also named Biri Biri. If you do not know Biri personally, his younger brother is here. He was hot. The way he played the game, he was hot. Having listened to you, you touched on event-based sports. Of course, the Gambia has not had any. I think I alluded to the fact that we have moving all our sports events to Morocco. Now, moving forward, how do you intend to engage your counterparts at the Ministry of Sports to devise a policy that will map the way forward, that will encourage sports tourism in this country?
Thank you very much. Knowing the importance of sports tourism, we are looking into actually intensifying the activities of sports, helping other organizations. For example, we do support the Banjul Marathon from its inception. And we have seen it grow. We have seen the growth of that. And we're also looking into international basketball, netball. Like my colleague here alluded about the unutilization of the river or the one country. We're looking also into sports tourism. It is something that the ministry have tasked the board to look into sports, river sports tourism activities. So we will intensify our efforts to ensure that sports tourism, knowing its benefits, we will intensify our efforts in ensuring that we increase the activities of sports tourism in the country. Be rest assured of that.
I will add that sports tourism brings into the globe every year $7.686 billion. And I wonder what is the Gambia's cut in it. So it is all the more imperative that we find a way forward.
We will.
Let me go back to Mr. Jawara.
Sorry, can I just add? Especially the fact that Mr. Jawara just said that they will ensure that the Independence Stadium is ready by 2026. It will make our role so easy for other sporting activities to be held at the Independence Stadium. And we should also not look at international sporting events. We are also looking at local sporting events. We're looking at restoring wrestling, the bure, because we've seen the impact that it has on Senegal. You see the impact that this local wrestling, the bure, I don't know whether the bure they call it, yeah, the impact that it has. If there is a huge international bure match in Senegal, you get to any house in Gambia, they're watching it. And if the need be, they will pay to go all the way to Senegal. So we saw the need. So why not introduce such into the country? So we're looking at doing that into the regions, not only in the city, but inland. For example, have one in West Coast, have one in LRL, have one in URL. So we're looking at all of that into detail so that everybody benefits.
It would be certainly endorsed and supported by sports enthusiasts and financiers that are in this country. But just to bring to the attention of Mr. Gawla, our grassroots sports in this country, particularly football, has no regulation. In fact, out of all the academies in this country, none meets the FIFA requirements and cap. I was recently in Cairo, and I thought my academy was up there, but everything they asked for, we don't have. So what is the Sports Council doing to ensure that football academies in this country are more organized, like we had from Ghana, to come here to this country and try to recruit or see the infrastructure on the ground? I think they'll turn away. So how is government going to get involved in helping academies run in a very structured way?
Thank you very much once again. In regards to the government's intervention to ensure that football academies are well structured, our mandate is to ensure that we provide the enabling environment and also put in place transparent policies that will enhance the promotion of sports. Now, we have structures under us that are dealing with clubs, with academies. But we ensure that those structures also align their activities with international standards. As a regulatory body, these are things that are somehow difficult to control because when you look at football academies, these are business entities owned by individuals. Now, we don't go into their operations. But what we can do to enhance their structures to be very strong and be able to align themselves with international standards is to provide the policy directives or the policy frameworks which will guide you so that you are able to do the right things to be able to get to the standards that are desired. So it's a matter of them working with their parent body, which is the Gambia Football Federation, through the Gambia Football Academies Association, so that you are able to carve out together, synergize, and see what are the things in place that you should put in order to ensure that academies flourish and meet international standards. Yep.
I've been told it's time.
Come on.
I don't want to say something. I take words from Ambassador Toure. Lastly.
I want to thank you all, but I am pleading to each and every one of you to try and encourage one person from outside the country to come and visit the Gambia. On that note.
Wow, that is going to.
Finally, before I take leave of you, having the Njai family here, Bekai and Seinabu, from the bottom of my heart, I want to say thank you to you all for allowing me to take care of your brother and your father in his last days. He was my dad. And 2 days before he passed, he said to me, "I love Gambia." Those were his exact words. So I thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the way it is then. From here,
was at least a mentor to me, a brother to me, a father to me, and he likes me so much. He likes me so much. Before he passed away, he was always telling me, "Bro, yo yaay suñu ambassadeur, yaay suñu daamee, yaay suñu tànka. Yow li nga mun, li nga xam, ñoo la mag, ñun xamuñ ko. Soo di fa ceeñ naa la xam, waaye lii la ma daan wax soo di maa ngi demaat place si ni mu daan waxee ma ne ma loo decide si famille ñun amuñ si wax. Lu ñëw si moom ma jàmm dañ leen dee direct si man. Dem leen ngeen bi si Bekkay ñun amuñ dara si famille. Doo ko mag waaye lu mu decide rek si moom la ñu def. Bi ñu ànd naa moom play ñu dem play Denmark. Su ma waxee ñu bëri dinañ foog ne xëy na la man nekk la kaam rek. Ñun lañ ko xam, ñii nekk fi lañ ko xamut. Waaye balaa nga xam bii nga dem ànd naa moom si biir tubaab yi. Play naa moom. Di soo ko déggoo lu mu la wax rek soo ko defee di nga ko am leçon. Dañ play together mu paas ma boor ma def ba kontaan ñu ñëw ne ma non du loolu bro mu ne ma non dangaa puus soo puusee boo jël nañu nga taal ñoo am di seen play di seen paas dama paasal dama puus te li ma wax exact li ma am boo defee gën sama
te ma ne ko tànn mu ne man moom football xel la rek mu ne ma su mu ñëwee di ñëw te teachers yow àll loolu mu xool de tanga ka calculation dafa gaaw mu ñu bari xamul ne man li ma calculate balaa bool bi ñëw naa di taw ñu tout option la dafa ñëwee ñu om ñëwee biir daf daan nekk nañ Denmark dafa waaye dafa nekkoon si technical committee dafa dem dañoo war a play mu select team ma koy dafa select team élèves yi ñu war a dugg ak coach baa moom lañ koo jox moom mooy set bii yàlla daf ko miyoon ba pare añaanu doon si yëf yu mu amoon si football añaanu si moom soo ñi dañ daan nekk ak kiram benn bol set maa ngi fàttali ko Abu Wala daf ma daan wax ne ma bekkaay di ñu ñàkk a fay la nekk ñoom waa da booy ñoom bàyyi maa leen ñoom ji ñëpp la ñoo nekk parce que ñu dégg ni ñoom coowee ko kiram ak yow bii lii am nii tey dafa nekk ni dégg la ko yàlla waaye nit ñi yàlla yaakaar topp di ko wax di ko wax di ko wax di ko wax man toog naa bii benn Sénégal di ma wax naan soo ngeen baala ma de Lamine Dia daal boobu mu nekk si biir bi nii académie bi ñoo wax ni daf ko nekk bii bi ñu si ma projet document ma sponsor la académie bi Gambia te nekk ne xam nga dafa am loolu kooku yow naa dafa naa ko woon moom daal football bi la gisoon football bi la gisoon waaye nag yàlla mel na ko tam lu mu la waxee soo ko dégloo rek balaa nga ko doon xam tey nga laaj ku mel ni Essa kay moom dafa la wax moom li mu mun yëpp si biir la ko daan gis biir yi dama leen di ñaanal yàlla soo ci ñaan su ma biir dama leen ñaanal yàlla ñu ko defal nii because lu mu waroon a am bu yàggal because bii dafa sacrifice lu nekk biir si bi mënoon nañ ko laa sax benn time dem jël na ko jël red card yu Gambia national team xam nga loolu kenn du ko def professionnel ngay ñëw ñu laa fay nga jël red card yoo suroon dina ticket ñu Gambia football si ba pare dem loolu bi ko contrat loolu yëpp biir def na waaye lu nekk time am la soo gisee xëy na léegi li ñoo wax ni ñu ko waxee nii pourtant ñëpp a ko doon wax waaye lu ngay ñëwee nii time day jot si so man dama leen di gërëm di leen sant yéen ñii ñun famille ay bis mu fekkee woon because biir bu woon football la te bu woon dëkk bi nga seet ku mel ni biir Sénégal ñoo ko njëkk a am biir pere de Gambie mu jógee fa biir fa la dee mu feebar dee fa balaa ko jëlee ici Sénégal ñoo xam ne biir yi mel ak ni ko mën su fekkee ne li léegi am tey ñu dañ si kontaan ñun famille bi kontaan nañ si bu baax de because yàgg nañ di ko wax waaye lu mel ni jotu si woon naa ku nekk daf ko daan wax di ko wax waaye léegi fi mu nekk nii mu ngay ñëw ba fi mu nekk nii am nañ gis nañ ni ki am na bunta ni ko ndax daan naa ko fekk ndax loolu ñu ko fekk waaye yaakaar nañ dina am te soobee yàlla li ma gisee mu demee dina am parce que yàlla dafa def ni génération bi nekk nii yëpp ñi si ëpp ñëpp fekkee wuñ waaye ñëpp dañ ko koo wax gisuñ ko ñeneen gisuñ ko waaye loo pare dinaa bii soo ba léegi nga xam ne foog naa ne seen ennemi yàlla dina ko nam te su soobee yàlla dina ko nam biir nag doo mun a wax si affaire am biir moo am moromam yi daan ànd naa ñoom xale yi dégloo tijaan lu nekk la ko wax mu koo saaga muy réer moom tijaan lu nekk ko ne moom biir moom néegam daf daan fees del ak xale yi suba ba suba dina fi booy si yu ak biir amoon na nag ay football match sax daan si waaye taay moom xam nga mu daan fi di am loolu riil la wala yooyu dem na ba xamatuñu woon fu mu nekk après jëkk yëpp tam su ma ko laajee ma ne bro man de xamatuma kan laa ko ki mu ko amoon delloo si soo xëy ni ko doon mën a taal ni say ko real matches full matches bii mu ñëw affaire am bu baax waaye dama leen di gërëm lu mu leen di gërëm di leen sant bu baax a baax a baax a baax nii ko def nag ñoom kii professeur Fall ñëpp ay cosmos ñëpp benn bi dafa ñëpp Gambien si ñu wax lu Sénégal mun a def xam naa ñoom mun nañoo def ko ba ko Sénégal defee lay jaw ñëwul fii def dafa toog def programme bi biir si télé bi ba pare li ma gënoon ñëw mu ne def naa li fi ñu biir te dew ma gàmm ma loolu ñaaw na ñun ñi fi dëkk kenn mënu ko ko defal waaye moom mu ne def na ko te demul gàmm am ñaaka wax toog yàlla ko dool ñu ñaan yàlla ñu mottali ko rek si ñaan ngeen baaral ma nag maa ngi wéy ko ñu ngi waaye maa ngi nag Amadou Mare waaye ñoom ñooy baax mooy ñu ne Amadou Mare ko ci yàlla moom moo ko moom bokk la moom mooy taaw loolu léegi ñu ngi saa ngeen baal ma xam si suma ci kàddu su ma yëgoo ko rek ngeen baal ni tamutul rek ngeen jégal
Well, you know, I've made up too many stories about Viri. Some that were true, but this one is true. Every Friday, Ramu prepared Mbahal for lunch, and he had a bowl of ground soup. If your hand crosses, Raka Wachel. Professor, I thank you for this forum. Thank you for honoring a legend. And thank you all for service to your country. It is in the national pledge that it is a combination of government and the people. And it is only through unity, collaboration, that we can take our nation forward. When Virginia Howe wrote that national anthem, she probably was thinking about a future Gambia. And I think this is the time, with the human resource capacity that we have at our disposal, to take our nation and move it forward as so envisioned by Sadaura Kairaba Jawara when he took the instruments of independence from the Duke of Kent in 1965. On behalf of my colleagues here, till I come your way again, in God's time, so long.
Moderation. Thank you so much. Can we give them another big round of applause? We have now come to the end of the SNF9. One remaining item is the outdoor reception for drinks, snacks, and cultural performance right behind the building. You are all welcome.